Are you guys ready?
Well, what if we weren't?
I'm going to start without you.
Okay.
I'll call the January 9th Board of County Commission meeting to order. We'll start the meeting with a moment of silent reflection for our first responders and members of the armed forces, followed by an invocation by Miss Christina Moore, Senior Pastor at the Rhema Apostolic International Deliverance Center, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by our Vice Chair, Mr. Joseph Flesher. If everybody would please rise.
We get out of line either.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity again to be before you to present prayer and ministry. I'm grateful and I'm honored for this opportunity. With that being said, Father, we thank you in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. We thank you for your grace. Ooh, we thank you for your mercy, your loving kindness. Father, we are submitted to your will, your agenda. For you say in Psalms 24th chapter, verse 1, that the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, and they that dwell in it. God, we repent for every sin of commission. We repent for every sin of omission. Father, we thank you for your healing of our minds, our spirits, our bodies, and our souls, Father. We thank you for allowing your anointing to break and destroy the yokes that are holding this community in bondage, that is holding our health in bondage, that's holding our finances in bondage. Father, you are able to do exceedingly abundantly above all we can think and ask for. Arise, O God. Let the enemy be scattered. Let the enemy of our soul be scattered. Let the enemy of our resources be scattered. Let the enemy of our finances. Father, we thank you for infusing love in this atmosphere. You said whatever we bind in earth, you're binding in heaven. We bind up the spirit of conflict, the spirit of rage, the spirit of chaos, and we lose unity. We lose love in the atmosphere of the Inner River County and the Treasure Coast. And we forever can give you all the glory, honor, power, and dominion that's due unto you in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. And it is so.
Amen. Wow. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. The greatest nation on earth, the United States of America, land of the free because of the brave. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Thanks, Doc.
All right. Commissioners, additions and deletions, I believe 8W has been pulled and we'll put that on at a later date.
Yep.
Is there any other additions or deletions?
Madam Chair, move approval as amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we'll move on to a proclamation recognizing human trafficking awareness in Indian River County. Be presented by Commissioner Flesher.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present this proclamation in the spirit of public awareness. I realize that we have the recipients here, and we will have a brief presentation. Something that's come up before this, once it was on the agenda, I'm been made aware that there were some comments that doesn't happen in Indian River County. Well, let's say this, take your head out of the sand. Take your head out of the sand, because it is an occurrence. It is because it hasn't happened in your family or someone that you know and love. With the advent of all of the social media tools and two working parents wanting to be home but can't because they have to put food on the table, the scenario is ripe for contamination, and that's the key element for trafficking. So, once again, I'm honored to be able to bring this forward in the spirit of public awareness. This proclamation reads as follows: recognizing human trafficking awareness in Indian River County, Florida. Whereas human trafficking is the second largest criminal industry in the world and is a form of modern-day slavery in which human beings are controlled, abused, and exploited for profit through labor and sex. And whereas human trafficking is the fastest growing crime in the world and children have become the primary target of traffickers and predators as reported by the Florida State Alliance to End Human Trafficking in 2022. Whereas Florida ranks as number 3 in the nation for human trafficking hotline calls, while the human trafficking and child exploitation online is happening in our own backyards. And whereas local agencies, organizations, businesses, and faith leaders are connecting to bring an end to the enslavement and the abuse of victims through awareness and tips to local law enforcement. And whereas Florida Faith Alliance and the Catch the Wave of Hope are working to alert Indian River County to the immediate crisis and to the need for all to become educated and promote services and therapy for our victims. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that we recognize the Florida Faith Alliance, Catch the Wave, and other local organizations working to eliminate human trafficking. Together we can stop the travesty through awareness, education, restoration, and legislation. Duly adopted this 9th day of January, 2024, signed by all 5 county commissioners. I will say that in addition to that, there's one word missing: communication. People need to communicate with their children, even when they're young adults, even when they're adults. Continue the communication, because that's the primary barrier to know exactly what your children are doing, where they're doing it, and who is getting their attention. With that, would you like to come up to receive it? And I understand you have a presentation.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioners, for helping our community to become aware of the fastest growing crime in the world, child sex trafficking. America is now the biggest buyer of sex in the world. Florida is number 3 in the nation for hotline calls. The buying and selling of humans is a multi-billion-dollar global business. The demand for younger children is increasing as child porn increases in younger ages. Kidnapping a child off the street is not as prevalent now. 80% of all prosecutions now involve online recruitment. Sex trafficking is in every state and every community. This horror is happening right here in our county. Sexting and sextortion is now the fastest growing gateway to child trafficking. According to Homeland Security, recruiters the same age as our children are in every school starting these rings. 4 teachers from the Treasure Coast have been arrested over the past year for sexting with students. In Indian River County in 2019, 173 people were arrested in a human trafficking and prostitution sting operation involving massage parlors. Florida Faith Alliance has created powerful anti-trafficking videos called Don't Take the Bait for middle and high school students with a focus on educating students and teachers. We are working with school boards to get these videos in every school. We have also worked with Toby Overdorf, our Florida State House representative. He recently presented Bill 7045 to make businesses, motels, and porn theaters liable for not taking precautions or enabling human trafficking through their businesses. So far, the bill is unopposed, and it just passed the Appropriations Committee. More bills are coming in 2024. As I said, we are at a crisis. And in our county, it is crucial to bring awareness to protect every child and equip every parent, teacher, and citizen. Florida Faith Alliance is committed to bring that awareness with presenter teams trained and ready to go into churches, synagogues, schools, businesses, and organizations for community presentations. We have set up liaisons with sheriffs all over the Treasure Coast to turn in tips for arrests and rescues as they come in. We recently turned in a tip that helped to track down the predator that was luring children into a van after school. Our team also turned in a tip that led to a bust in Martin County that was connected to Lake Worth and Indiantown. Women and children were rescued. We believe that an anti-trafficking campaign can be launched in our community and spread to other communities through awareness postings on social media, published material, and awareness presentations. Together, we can do this. We can cross party lines, racial lines, and cultural lines. Let's do it now, during this month of January, which is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Proverbs 31, verse 8 says, "Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. Ensure justice for those being crushed." We want to empower you as commissioners to take a lead role in being a voice and ending this travesty. Our call to action for our county commissioners and every citizen of our county is to support and attend our free awareness presentation Tuesday, January 30th at the Indian River Shores Community Center at 7 p.m. Together, we can unite to fight and send a loud and clear message, not on our watch. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to come up and accept the proclamation?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Just turn it. You're good.
You want to hold the proclamation that way?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Commissioner Fletcher. Our next item is approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of November 7th and November 21st.
Madam Chair, move approval for both.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We do have a couple of informational items. First, there's a proclamation honoring Mabel Mills on her retirement, as well as a proclamation honoring Amy Cosner on her retirement. Also, we have the committee assignments for the commissioners attached, and our Indian River County venue event calendar. I know Commissioner Ehrman always likes to showcase something on that, but this month's most exciting event is not listed on the Indian River event calendar.
Well, they do
So-
have a Taylor Swift thing that I think Commissioner
saw-
Fleischer would like to
Can
attend.
go do Swifty crafts at the,
What, I think that the hat might be a key clue
This-
as to one of the most riveting,
riveting, and
Exciting.
riveting, and riveting.
riveting. I thought that's what,
So
having a
this
show
is
or
my
a
shameless
concert
plug,
or
my
something like
shameless
that.
plug, my shameless plug for the Frog Leg Festival this month, January 18th through the 21st. Hence the frog hat that I get to wear once a year in public, much to my family's embarrassment. But hop on out. It's a frogtastic time out in the city of Fellsmere, and all the proceeds go to youth recreation. So that is not listed, but it is a very important event.
yes, yes.
And with that, we will move on to the consent agenda. Commissioners, anything you'd like pulled from consent? Yes, Commissioner Moss.
Let's see, item 8T and 8U. T and U.
8
Yeah, T as in teeing up.
and U.
Golf course and U.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Your uniform.
Anybody else? Anybody from the public wishing to pull something from consent? No? All right, Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Move approval as amended.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Moss, 8T.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This subject is Pulte Home Companies LLC's request for final plat approval, and this was for Harbor Isle Phase 1. And I just had a couple of questions on that. Looking under description and conditions, the second paragraph, it says that in 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission granted major site plan and preliminary plat approval for Harbor Isle to develop upon 101.26 acres at an overall density of 2.67 units per acre, and that Phase 1 of the project consists of 90 detached single-family units. Before that, in paragraph 1, it says the density for Phase 1 of Harbor Isle is 0.88 units per acre. So are we looking at then, is it still 90 homes? And is the density 0.88 units per acre?
All right, Ryan or Andy, whomever, or both, welcome.
I believe it is.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Ryan Sweeney, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. It's based on the entire platted area, so that density will go up, but eventually, I believe the overall density is still somewhere in the tune of 4 units per acre. But the first phase includes 90 units divided by the entire area.
Okay, so what we're voting on is 90 units then?
Correct.
Okay, and the density, is it 0.88 units
Correct.
per acre?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be sure. And could you do me a favor, in the future, if there are minutes, like there are minutes here, I guess, for the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, could you just attach them? It makes it easier, because that way we can see if there are any concerns or additional considerations expressed at that time, and factor that in. Appreciate having that information.
Sure.
So Ryan, in the second paragraph, it has an overall density of 2.67 units per acre.
Okay, I'm sorry, yes,
So
that's correct.
2.67 units per
That's
acre.
the total. And if I could clarify, Madam Chair and Commissioner Moss, final plats don't go to the P and Z. I mean, I could give you the minutes from the preliminary plat, but those are,
Well, I'm sorry, I'm referring to the minutes that are referred to here, which is October 28, 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission granted major site plan.
right, that's
Well,
major.
Those are the minutes. I mean, if
Okay.
minutes are mentioned in the backup material, if you can include them, I would appreciate it.
The meat, yes,
Just
sir. Yeah,
for,
just to
just for
clarify.
clarification purposes, I think what Ryan is trying to say is the minutes that are mentioned are not minutes that deal with the plat that we are being asked to approve today.
Yes, I understand.
So if you're asking if they mention any type of minutes in the staff report, that you want those minutes attached.
Yes, well, I think it establishes the overall context for the project. So that's why I appreciate it. I understand it's not regarding this particular phase of the plat.
In addition-
Presumably, it was regarding the whole thing.
The minutes may not reflect all of that information. We would have to watch the meeting. That's why I pull the meetings, and we can see
Right.
what's happening.
So again, to clarify, no minutes are referenced, a meeting date is referenced, but there may be many meetings of, so I'm, I don't, sometimes less is more for a final plat, but I can certainly include minutes. I just don't want to confuse the matter. A final plat is a legal, technical document that is specific to creating lots. The preliminary plat is the subdivision approval. Again, if a PD, for example, has a conceptual PD and then perhaps a preliminary PD and then maybe a preliminary PD for phases 2 and 3, where do we draw the line?
Madam Chairman, if I may, traditionally, the final plat approval is more or less a ceremonial function of the board. This thing has been in the works, goodness gracious, since, 15 years ago, when DeVosta came in with their development to regional impact. That was approved by the board. The different phases were approved by the board as well. I'm not sure what minutes are going to cast any light on something where the horse is pretty much left the barn. So,
Let me just offer this to I understand exactly what you're saying, and I would agree that when we if we were to attach minutes that aren't for a meeting where a decision was being made on this particular subject, it could be confusing. I think that, Commissioner Moss, that the meeting that's referenced, that gives you a date to be able to go back and find those minutes. And we have our assistants that can help us find those within the system if necessary. And I think if the other commissioners want to do that kind of research, that would be up to them. And the meeting packet that's provided by staff has all the information in there if we want to do further delving. So I think that asking staff to do that could put them in a difficult position because they at some point will have to interpret what we mean if there is not in this instance, the meeting wasn't making a decision on this issue. So if they didn't attach it in the future, that might not exactly be what you want, but if they did attach it in the future, that might not be what we wanted either because it's not about this item. So I think that what they include is the information to give us the backup to understand what's going on, but also look further if need be. And we have our assistants and their assistants that can help find further information, which is what staff is here for. So
Well,
I don't- I
whatever-
mean-
Whatever you prefer. I'll move to approve if there are no further comments.
all right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Andy, did you have anything?
What I can add is if we do have an item that has direct connection between P&Z and BCC, we can include those minutes because it does pertain to that approval that the board's looking at.
I think that would be perfect. Thank you. All right, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Commissioner Moss, is
Yes.
8U.
I wasn't asking for the minutes on this one, but this goes back to overall, overall Sunshine Travel RV Resort was originally approved in the mid-1980s. The project has received a number of prior approvals over the years, and I guess it's over the decades, to add additional RV lot spaces and amenities support buildings. And on September 8th, 2021, Planning and Development Services staff granted major site plan and preliminary plat approval to add 24 lots. So I just wanted to understand this better since it goes all the way back to the 1980s. And sometimes when I guess that was the original approval, was in the 1980s. Can you just take us through this a little bit? I'm not asking for minutes, don't worry.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair,
Don't want to
Commissioner.
scare anybody.
Yes, so primarily, the Sunshine Travel RV Resort is the southern, say, 2/3 of the site, and that has sort of had those many approvals, whether it be P&Z or staff level for lots or clubhouse, pool, those sorts of amenities. This expansion phase, which is in the northern portion, is what's subject to this plat, if that makes sense. And just to clarify, in our code, anything that is less than 25 lots, so 24 or fewer, can be approved at the staff level. So there is no meeting to reference because this was a staff level approval for the preliminary plat.
Okay, so then, is it done then at this point? Since it's been decades in the making?
Yeah, so this will be full build out, and all of the infrastructure is built. This is primarily just establishing the individual RV spaces.
Okay.
Ryan, could you touch on the larger question, is how long is a preliminary plat valid? I think that's the
Well, so
question.
this plat for this phase was only a few years old. It took them about a year and a half to build the infrastructure, and they did get their certificate of completion earlier this year. Once you commence construction, it is vested. It depends on how long it takes. Sometimes it takes a year, sometimes it takes several years. Thank you.
Is there, just so I know, is that when you approve something, is there a time limit
Yes.
within which it must occur?
Yes, preliminary
So-
plat's good for 5 years.
For 5 years? So with this going back to the 1980s, presumably there were multiple,
Just the expansion, just the expansion area.
There's
was-
multiple plats for this
Right.
particular project, and the prior plats are the ones that went back to the 80s.
Correct.
This particular phases plat is pretty recent,
It's, just 3 years old.
3 years old,
okay, all right.
in the grand scheme of the whole project.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, I appreciate that. I'll move to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, with that, we will move on to public discussion items. We have a request for a public discussion by Barry Shapiro regarding the annual Vero Beach Sock Drive. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm Bob Stanley. I'm not Barry Shapiro.
I was going to say you've
But
changed.
Barry did write this. 6 years ago, we started the Vero Beach Sock Drive with small expectations. The goal was to collect 200 or 300 pair of socks to send to a charity that helped the homeless. Instead, we collected over 1,000 pairs, which went to 3 charities. A truly grassroots community project was born. After a 4th year, we had collected and distributed over 15,000 pair of socks to the homeless, the poor, and the less fortunate through 12 charitable organizations. And all because of the generosity and support of our great community. Last year, we collected almost 19,000 pair of new packaged socks and were distributed throughout Indian River County, Palm Beach County, and even Rochester, New York. Socks are the #1 requested item in homeless shelters, and if you think about it, that makes sense. If you're on your feet all day and all night, they take a beating, your feet do. And if you have no home and you have no place to clean your clothes, well, the socks are disposable. It has been said that at any given time, there are at least 1,200 or more displaced people in the county, and there's only one cold shelter for those people. The problem's getting worse, not better. And as you might say, what can a pair of socks do to change anything? Well, we say it's a start. One simple act of compassion can be the beginning of change. The annual Vero Beach Sock Drive is not a 501c charity, simply a group of friends and neighbors who want to do something kind. We don't take cash, we just do socks. Our boxes are in almost 40 locations around the county and in this building. We have one in Fort Pierce as well. On Friday, by the way, February 16, we'll have our sock hop at Walking Tree Brewery. I think you have the handout there, the poster. Live entertainment and dancing. We hope our collection boxes overflow with socks that night. Also, January 30, we celebrate our annual Cops with Socks Day at the Coffee House, 1420 downtown, where members of the Vero Beach Police Department will pour a complimentary cup of coffee for anyone who comes in with a new pack of socks. We should do the same thing with the Sheriff's Department as well. Let's work on that. All right, we could not accomplish this without the incredible support of businesses in the community, religious organizations, and I have a list of 40 areas where the boxes are. I'm not going to go through that. I do want to thank 3 businesses. ABC Printing, they do our printing for free. Pack Mail helps us send out the socks to different organizations. And White Glove Moving provides these boxes every year. Otherwise, this wouldn't happen. Our list of donation locations is growing more and more. We get people every day calling up, hey, we need a box over here. We deliver these men's and children's socks to over a dozen charities. One of these is the Hibiscus Children's Center, where in addition to hundreds of pairs of kids' socks that they receive, they also get a substantial number of men's socks for the feet of those fast-growing teenage boys. We're here today to spread the word to as many people as we can reach and ask that you help us doing so. If you can't get to one of our location boxes, go to our website and click on the Amazon button. We got a bunch of socks for Amazon where you can select socks. They will be delivered directly to us. And if you see one of our flyers around town, click on the QR code or on the business cards with your phone and go right to the website. Anyone requesting a donation box can contact us. We also have these business cards with the code. Thank you for your time, generosity, and support. And now, because everybody has a pack of socks, I want to check your accuracy. It's almost a dunk shot.
A little closer.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Good job, Bob. Yeah. That
was good.
You did a dunk.
And if, all right, do you want us to stand?
Yeah,
or-
we should.
Stand up, let's stand up.
And get close to each other.
Stand up for socks.
Yeah, make sure you fake out that y'all like each other.
We do, sunshine now.
Thank you. Thank you. And if anybody needs more information, they can go to VeroBeachSockDrive.com.
They can. And I would just want to add to Mr. Stanley's remarks, just so that you have an idea of the significance of the Vero Beach Sock Drive. The average sock drive collects between 3,000 and 5,000 pairs of socks. So nationally, we're a pace setter with close to 19,000 pairs of socks that are collected here in this community.
Thank you. Fantastic. All right, good luck to you guys with the sock drive, and I'm sure the sock hop will be a fantastic time. With that, we'll move on to public notice items. Mr. DeBrawl, you're up.
Yes. My microphone on here, thank you very much. On Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024, the Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing considering an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing an extension of the temporary moratorium for an additional 1 year or until a comprehensive review of the impact on the county's ecosystem is completed within the unincorporated areas of Indian River County, prohibiting land application activities of Class B biosolids. That will be coming up on the next meeting, January 23rd, 2024. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, we'll move on to departmental matters. First item is 12G1, Indian River County Shooting Range Standard Operating Procedure Guide. Welcome, Mike.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Zito, Deputy County Administrator. With me is Beth Powell, Parks and Rec Conservation Director, and Jerry Seldis, our Shooting Range Manager. This is an opportunity to present to you our standard operating procedures, but perhaps if you have a more broader purpose in asking how the shooting range is doing, any specific questions you may have, Jerry's here, Beth and I are here. I did ask Beth and I to prepare a brief PowerPoint to give you some highlights within the documents that are quite lengthy in the agenda. So with that, we'll proceed. But I must say, this is an effort, part of a larger effort in the Community Services Division, or part of the organization that is endeavoring to codify many standard operating procedures and policies. So this is the first of more to come. You'll see more on consent, but I figured with the agenda being the gravity of the agenda today, we could put this on departmental. And with that, Ms. Powell.
Good morning. Today, we would just like to go through a couple of the changes that we've made to our standard operating procedures, which have been in place. However, we would like to bring that for public comment and also for your approval today. So just a little bit of history about the Indian River County Public Shooting Range. It was opened in 2001. It's a partnership between Indian River County and Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Funding has been generously given from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Conservation, so we want to make sure that we acknowledge them as well for their funding for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The range is located east of I-95 on County Road 512. For those of you that may not know, it's a public shooting range, and it's located within the St. Sebastian River State Park boundary and managed by Indian River County. The amenities include rifle and pistol ranges, skeet and trap fields, sporting clays course, 5-stand clay range, archery range, air gun range, and action field. And then most recently was constructed a hunter's education classroom. We are looking forward to the future. Just this month, the Clays course has begun construction, and we're excited about that, and we really appreciate the support and involvement of our Public Works Department. Funding has also been given from Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission in the amount of $200,000. So we're grateful for their support. And you can see from the picture on the right, the issue that we have, even though we're in the dry season right now, the conditions are wet and make it near impossible for that to be used and enjoyed by the public. Some of the opportunities, at the last board meeting, you approved our fee update. With this, we're looking for increased revenue, which would generate about $76,000 in next fiscal year. Some of the things that we are challenged with or that we have opportunities for are employment, obviously hiring a great team, training that team, which is part of our standard operating procedures, formalizes standard business practices that we've had to date. So that's why this document is important. And also, you know, setting the excellent customer service guidelines that we already have and that we hear from the public very frequently, and I'm sure you hear as well, about what an amazing facility it is. So this formalizes our onboarding processes as well as, again, some of the operating procedures that we have. Just a little summary here. So general safety rules, range rules, and best management practices, our guest services, point of sale. We handle a lot of cash at the range. And so standardizing those processes through both finance and with the assistance from our budget department is important. We also have added an independent contractor instructions policy, which is very similar to what we use through the recreation department. Emergency action plans, which have been in place, but this formalizes those and standardizes them. Employee onboarding and staffing responsibilities, as well as our administrative policies and procedures. And a new item that we have now is formalizing the facility reservations and license agreements. So you'll have a template agreement that when you approve that, it will give us the authority and ability to execute a standard license agreement, very similar to what we do at the fairgrounds and with the intergenerational recreation facility. So with that, I think I'll answer any questions, or Jerry's here as well.
Any questions?
I just have to say thank you for what you're doing. Jerry, thank you. And we have our chief here. Thank you, Jerry. I will say that when the range began, when it was conceived, Commissioner Fran Adams was on board, and Stan Mayfield, and the state, and the county, and I don't think in their wildest dreams they realized what an oasis the range was going to be. I've traveled a lot of ranges throughout the state of Florida and well other states by virtue of the accent. And I will say that I believe that we are running the safest, nicest, most accommodating range. There are rules, and sometimes people don't like rules, but the rules are what keep it safe. And I have to say that the range is probably at the forefront of area ranges as far as in the state. And it's well covered. Many people travel out from other communities to come to our range. And there are very nice ranges in the state of Florida. So I just want to thank you for the safe operation and the accommodating operation of our range. It's well maintained too.
Madam Chair, if I can add that I try to get out there as often as I can, and in my travels, I brag about this county having, particularly sporting clays. You don't find that in every county, and every time I'm there, Mr. Seldes and his staff are are very accommodating, and it's just a joy to be able to go out and shoot, and it's relatively inexpensive compared to the other clay ranges. So thank you, guys.
Update on the sporting clay course. I mean, I know we've talked about it previous meetings when we started the deal with FWC, but we're kind of, where are we at right now with that?
Jerry, do you want to?
We approved that last month.
They've started, basically, they approved the contract to move forward with the construction. They started staking it out last week. The contractor has to fill out some paperwork, and they're gonna start bringing materials to the range. I'm expecting it any day. So they're gonna start probably full construction in a week or two.
That'll be a huge impact. I mean, we have a very nice facility here in the county, a private facility and others, but there seems to always be a demand for that, so.
Yes.
I think that'll be a huge bonus.
Commissioner, if I may, generally, the outlook for revenue as a percentage of expenses is bright. Looks very good. As you know, our challenge out there is capital projects, so we're in the middle of this one. In the CIE is, the baffle repair. We're discovering now that is a major undertaking. It is underfunded in the CIE. We're going to be looking at some options and bringing those back to you. But other than that, we are ahead of the capital program at the shooting range, and stay tuned for an update soon.
Fantastic. All right. Commissioners, this is a action item.
Motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Fletcher with a second by Commissioner Lohr. Any further discussion?
I do have a question on the 3.5 of the staff and law enforcement use of firearms in the manual. The administrator and I talked about this yesterday. It says carrying use of firearms, shooting range staff are not sworn officers, therefore they are not authorized to possess a firearm while on duty. The requirement does not prohibit staff from carrying a firearm in the normal performance of their duties or with the approval of range management in accordance with the law.
Thank you, sir. We do have a revision on that item that did not make it into the printed agenda, but as Bill will confirm, the state has, quote, regulated the entire field of firearms in the state of Florida, so anything in a SOP that purports to do just that would be null and void. So we took a second look at that language and have updated it to be more in line with the state law. And then as a practical matter, we have to manage a lot of rules at the range regarding firearms, the loading of firearms, the carrying of firearms, but certainly nothing inconsistent with state law. So you'll see a revised SOP to that regard.
Yeah. Oh, well, there we go. That works. So the revision that we proposed is shown here. We did anticipate this change coming. So basically, it would read, shooting range staff are not sworn officers, therefore they are not issued or required to possess a firearm while on duty. Clarifying the language there, meaning you're not a sworn officer, so as part of your duties and responsibilities, you're not required to carry, and we're not issuing you a firearm. And then changing the second sentence, this requirement does not prohibit staff from carrying a firearm in accordance with state law, which covers all of the requirements.
Therefore, it's not part of their job function, but they are permitted to possess a firearm.
Within the guidelines of state law, correct. Mm-hmm.
And that's also consistent. I have been to dozens and dozens of ranges in the country and out of the country. I've never seen a range officer wearing a red shirt not having a firearm. It defies sense not to have that. That's what prevents incidents and displays the appropriate decorum for authority and guidance. I mean, the whistle is important too, but I believe that range officers most certainly should have the capacity to have firearms while they are conducting their duties at the range, as range officers.
I would agree with Commissioner Fleischer. That's where I was going to go with it, is that, as long as it's within state law, we're not doing anything wrong. But if they choose, they should carry a firearm in the performance of their duties. Everybody else has a gun out there.
Understood.
All right, so does that provide the clarification you guys need? All right. We do have a standing motion from Commissioner Fleischer with a second from Commissioner DeLore. Any other comments or concerns? Anybody from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will move on to county attorney's matters, the opioid class action lawsuit settlement fund allocation.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Back in November of 2023, the Public Safety Council for Criminal Justice, Mental Health, and Substance Abuse met and recommended allocations to 5 groups for expenditure of the opioid class action settlement entered into by the state of Florida, the Attorney General's office. The board then discussed those recommendations at its meeting of December 12th and invited the 5 groups back to make a short presentation and answer any questions. Because Indian River County is a small county, under 300,000, we do not administrate or distribute the funds, we just recommend them. The actual distribution and management of the funds is taken care of by the Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network. They are the ones that will be administrating these funds. I have asked them to make a brief introduction of themselves and give us a little bit of an idea of what they do. And then I think it would be appropriate for the chair to go ahead and ask the various 5 entities to make their brief presentations to the board. And I turn it over to the chair.
Thank you. Welcome, ladies.
Hi, good morning. I am Linda Kane. I'm the Director of Network Integrity at Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network. And this is Amanda Busman, and she is the Senior Network Integrity Manager there. I oversee the substance use system of care, the managing entity. We contract out all the state and federal dollars for behavioral health, mental health, and substance use in 5 counties. Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, Okeechobee, and Indian River County. And Amanda's been very active up here for the past 8 years? 5 years. 5 years. The managing entities have been the recipients of all this federal opioid money that comes down through the state, and we administer that. There are qualified and non-qualified counties with the opioid settlement money. Indian River is one of the non-qualified counties. It was determined by population size. And so the dollar amount that Indian River has been allocated for this fiscal year is $1,276,139.70. And so we are still receiving some of the information on the details of how the data should be recorded on this. We had just done up a template where Martin County, Okeechobee, and Indian River are all non-qualified counties. So we've done up a template to contract with the counties to give the monies to you guys. There is reporting requirements. We are still learning about all the reporting requirements. They're changing. I just received an email on Friday, late Friday afternoon, with the new system that they've set up. Have not had a chance to even go in, but I can forward that because each of the counties will be able to go in and take a look at the reporting requirements. So it's even different than the template that was sent this morning on the contract. It's still kind of changing a little bit, but the opioid funding is, it's supposed to be for 18 years. It's going to decrease each year that you have it, and there's a graph. I think we have that. We're gonna send you guys a packet of information with some of the stuff that we're telling you about, some of the stuff that's been collected now in the, a lot of it's come through in the past 30 days and stuff. The other thing that Indian River County, just aside from the abatement funding, is they've been allocated the CORE program, which the state has prioritized, and that is the Hospital Bridge Program. So it's working with EMS, fire rescue, hospital, recovery peers, and substance use providers to respond to overdose calls and overdoses, and to create a MAT induction, a buprenorphine Suboxone induction in the hospital, and then have continuing services with peer recovery and actual treatment. And so Indian River is one of the expanded counties that they're doing, and so they originally gave us $1 million. There's negotiation at the state level right now, whether it's gonna be $750 or $1 million. We're still waiting to hear that final number from them. And the program was run by DOH, and it's just been handed over to the managing entities this year. Southeast Florida, just as a little background, we helped create the original pilot program in Palm Beach County for the Hospital Bridge Program, so we've done this before, and we know how to do it. We've been talking with all the parties in Indian River as well. One of the things with the opioid settlement money is that the core money that you'll receive, you'll be receiving it for like a year or 2 years, and then what the requirement is for sustainability is they would like the abatement money, the settlement money, to also help sustain that program going forward. So that's just something to consider when you're listening to all the presentations and stuff, because at the end of the day, the plan for Indian River County is up to the county. It's not up to us. It's up to us just to work with you guys, contract it out. We're kind of a pass-through in many ways. We don't receive any admin dollars for what we're doing. It's no comment. So yeah, and that's the same thing. We receive the core money, and we'll be contracting that out as well. We've been in discussions with Cleveland Clinic and the providers up here that would be involved in that. I think we've got a couple people on our team that are working on that. So I think that's just an idea about the money that's coming to you guys and Southeast Florida. So if you have any questions, please feel free
So
to.
is the core money is separate from the
Yes.
opioid dollars?
Correct. Correct.
And is the opioid dollars reimbursable, or how does that work if the money is passing through you guys?
Well, so there will be a plan, I think some of the plan that you come up with today and how you're gonna allocate it. And then, like I said, the data requirements on it, there's going to be data requirements, a brand new system that they literally sent the links out to end of the day on Friday. So there are gonna be requirements. And I can't answer that question fully because I don't know, but there's always reconciliations, whether it's if you're building out a new program and you're doing cost reimbursement, there's always financial reconciliations that come with the money. And so some of that is what we'll be talking to you guys about with the contract, and you know, what works for you guys, what doesn't work for you. If there is any provider that you're going to want to give money to for the opioid settlement money that we contract with, we can take that money and we can amend it into their contract as well to alleviate the contracting stuff that you guys have to do. There are different options that we can look at that way.
And you're not sure what the data collection is going to be, I'm assuming?
Yeah, there's going to be requirements like, you know, basically they're looking for some of the medical, behavioral health stuff, opioid use disorder diagnosis, demographics, type of treatment, if they're receiving medication-assisted treatment, or if they're just receiving regular substance use treatment, peer services, different types of services that they'll, housing, you know, a variety of things. And then if it's capital expenditure, then it's probably going to be on a cost reimbursement basis. And so we'll need to look at, you'll need to get a budget and have those cost reconciliations. And then there's usually, they say they're looking for reporting in August of every year. Still, some of that's still being defined. So, I apologize, I wish we had more answers. But there are 7 managing entities in the state of Florida, so all the MEs are really, we have a list of questions and answers that we've asked and stuff, so that'll be part of the packet that we'll send up to you guys so that you guys can see what we've asked, what's been answered and stuff. And if you have any questions and you can't get any of those answers, you can also send those to us and we'll put them on our list of, there are weekly calls and stuff at the ME level, CEO level with the secretary, the assistant secretary and stuff. So, and there are constant questions about the core program and the opioid settlement.
Okay.
Madam Chair, so Southeast will be the managing partner, so to speak. And I think you said you're also doing St. Lucie and Okeechobee?
Yes.
With the opioid settlements.
Correct.
The Public Safety Council, I think Commissioner Fletcher's on it, reviewed some of the requests of the entities that want to be a part of this. How are the other counties selecting the entities that will be funded through the opioid settlement?
So we're just starting to work with Okeechobee. Okeechobee has not made any of their decisions yet. Martin County, they're interested in doing the core program because they didn't receive money for the core. So we're working with them and St. Lucie County got the core program from the state as well. So what we're trying to do is work with Cleveland Clinic to encompass all of the Treasure Coast in their hospitals to set up this program. And so they're using some of their money for the core program. And then they have some other ideas. They want to use it for some housing, some co-occurring drug court stuff, peer services.
Right. So the 1.1 per year for 17 or 18 years, you're telling me that's on a sliding scale that's going to go down each year?
It is. And so it's not the 1.1. It's, well, we had gotten $3 million in change for all 3 counties, and that was just an estimate, just dividing by 3. We got the actual numbers, and it's $1,276,139.70 for Indian River County. And
Because my numbers are different. I've got 1.1.
And yes,
Yeah.
and as she said, this thing changes on a weekly basis.
that number
And-
is good, though. The
There you go.
1.276 is a good number, though.
And that is,
And I put, that's in that template that you were sent this morning. I made sure that that number was correct in there for you. So that's the exact number that you guys have for now. And then what I'll do, again, they just sent us out a couple weeks ago, a Excel sheet that shows all 18 years and what the expected amounts are going to be, so I can forward that as well.
thank you.
That would be helpful. Also, the Public Safety Council, and I can defer to you, Commissioner. I'm guessing that you, with that group, decided the 5 that are on our agenda today?
That's correct.
And with the data being captured over the next year or so, when the next allotment comes out, is there choices of different 5 entities participating?
I believe that that's our obligation. There will be an assessment. A few of the presenters have stated that they will provide, like substance abuse, substance awareness abuse, will provide an assessment of their effectiveness, which is very difficult in itself.
Right.
However, again, there could be, now this is an 18-year commitment, and we have to satisfy the graciousness of the settlement, and we have to provide the vending solution code, and you're the pass-through, unpaid, by the way, but we appreciate that, and I just want to, I'll point out something else. But yes, we will be doing additional interviews up the road, it's my understanding. I want to say that, and I hope that answered it, I will say that as far as the Public Safety Council is concerned, and I know Councilor DeBrawl is present during that time, the limited information that you're getting for this matrix of assignment, and you have done a great job in informing us, giving us what was available. And as we're even hearing today, there are still some unknowns. But we're moving the program forward and going to get a response. We're going to get action as quickly as possible, because that's the very intent of the settlement. But I just want to say thank you for all your work, because it's, I know it's difficult when you're not getting the answer that we have in concrete. We have an answer that, well, we're trying to establish that, or we're going to do that, and placing that on the ballot line of the Public Safety Council, which wanted to take the mission and get the assignment done. It was a little bit of a challenge with some unknowns, but you've done a great job. I appreciate it, and we're looking forward to, actually, I don't want to put the horse before the cart, but we're looking for next year as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Can I just make one acknowledgement? Our fiscal year runs from July 1st through June 30th, and so that's when our budgets go. So this is, we've had this, we haven't had the dollar amounts and stuff contracted into our contract since July 1, but we've been trying to get all the answers since July 1. So we're going to have a new fiscal year as of July 1st of 2024. So hopefully we'll know those monies, and maybe we can get this going a little quicker next year than this year. And if there's a plan in place, and we can start looking at the data and making some decisions sooner than January. But that's, again, where the managing entities are involved with the non-qualified counties, so that we can help you guys look at the data and help you guys look at the funding that we already have in this county, and make sure that, you know, we're making the best decisions, and you guys, we're helping you guys understand what's available, what we can continue to fund, and what will need to be continued funding by the settlement dollars.
Right. So Commissioner Fletcher, if I can ask you, on your council, and I really don't want to bring up CSAC, but with this large amount of dollars, reoccurring dollars, I suppose you had a process of vetting all of the entities that showed an interest?
Yes, and in addition, there was some added entities that wanted to shoulder the program as well, and for example, like the health department wanted to approach it so that we had an ongoing assessment and operation, but there was a cost factor to it. But we did vet out all of the individuals. We had presentations, and again, it was consistent with the available information that we had as to what they would be performing and how they would be performing. There are some limitations. Counselor was present to ensure that we fell within the available guidelines that we had and the structural deployment of funding, and that went forward. We did have 5 individual organizations, and it did amount to the settlement agreement funding that will be available.
And is there a process quarterly or monthly from these entities to see that they're meeting their benchmarks? In other words, like we've seen changes in CSAC, for example. Will there will be a window, I suppose, for next fiscal for other applicants?
Well, again, some of the entities are going to do their, lack of a better term, self-appraisal. They will see that their impact is in accordance with our expectations or what they're obligated to do because they are a funded entity. But as far as our assessment, we do not have an oversight of assessment other than meeting and hearing new presentations as to what their self-analyzation is. We do not have a monitoring entity. I believe that up the road, we will need one. But again, this came so quickly, and we are a few months delayed. We're into the program time frame already, so the Public Safety Council felt it was better to get this on the road as quickly as possible. Again, the applicants are all well qualified, well known, and in the business of making that change. And we were guided by their presentations and their effectiveness. There was some debate. There was some concern that one entity might need additional funding. But we had to make some understanding and compromise and adjustment. Chief Justice thought that, although did not ask for additional funding, just made us aware that there will be more costs up the road and that we should prepare for that. But other than that, I believe everybody fell within the most appropriate guidelines, and it was unanimous that this approach was going to deliver the best element of service to those who need it the most, while we were also correcting the condition, getting a resolution, and utilizing the funds to the best of our ability.
Oh, go ahead.
Any of the entities that we contract with, instead of submitting the funding to you and you contracting with, we will be providing oversight on that. So we will be able to answer those questions as if they are meeting their requirements of the contract. Plus the new additional data system that they've put into place will probably be inputting. They'll probably be directly inputting, and we'll be monitoring that to make sure that they're meeting those standards, and we would definitely be reporting to you guys as needed if they're not meeting any of those requirements too.
There's that data reporting that is a requirement. Again, I don't know all the data points and what that looks like, because we got the link on Friday. But needless to say, I will email, each county is able to go in and establish an account, and you can take a look and see what the reporting requirements are, but every single person up here will be, whoever you approve will be required to utilize that data system, and have yet to understand whether we're gonna be the ones monitoring that or whether the counties are gonna be monitoring that. Again, some other questions that need to be asked to the state, but I'm hoping we'll be able to have access into it and pull up the dashboard. The option that Amanda was talking about, if we have a contract with one of the providers that you select, you also have the option of us just doing an amendment to our contract with them for this funding, whatever you allocate for them, and then we can help monitor that, and that's just less contractual stuff for you guys, or you can contract it all out to each of these entities yourself. That is 100% up to the county.
In addition, and just, Sheriff, you served with all of these entities. in the past. They are well-qualified. Nobody's new to the game. Nobody's looking to create a different pathway. This is, most of what was presented to us is time-honored service to address the issue, to provide a resolution to the epidemic, to dependency, to all the problems that needed to be addressed. These are all time-proven entities.
Yeah, I recognize that and realize that, and I think it's a good 5, and it's all about the wraparound services, so
Yes.
I think it was a good job by the council.
And part of the first year funding, there will be a needs assessment that'll allow the county to look at that needs assessment and look that for the future at what the county shows as the needs and then where the future funding should flow. And that is included in part of
Gotcha,
one of these
understood.
entities asked.
Thank you.
And I would say that even with all that said about the entities that have applied, there could be changes up the road. You know, nothing is cast in stone as far as the effectiveness, but we'll see. But I have good faith in
And some
who we
adjustments
selected.
may need to be made again with the core program that you guys are getting. And when those dollars start to roll off, you know, that will have to be part of the consideration as well going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioners, do you have questions for Southeast? Yes, Commissioner Moss.
just to-
Commissioner Moss has some questions for you guys.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm my understanding of it. And maybe this is a legal question, we're voting just on this year's distribution.
Correct.
I know it will be over 17 years, but we're voting now today just on this year's. Is that correct?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies, what are other, I know Commissioner Laura asked this question, but what are you seeing, I don't think we got a clear answer. What are you seeing in other counties throughout the state and how they are handling these dollars? Are they creating their own task forces? Are they creating plans? I didn't understand this year's dollars were last minute, so maybe the first year isn't a good example, but how are they intending as a
So,
trend?
A lot of the qualified counties that are receiving the money directly have already formed task force. Those that have high overdose rates, there is an overdose task force for the Treasure Coast that has been active for the past couple years, past 5-6 years and stuff. They're doing different things. We don't know. Palm Beach County is using a lot of theirs for recovery housing. There's prevention that's going on, harm reduction, as well as continuing to really expand the use of peers. There's a lot of jail bridge programs that start the induction of buprenorphine or some form of medication-assisted treatment in the jail with services, treatment services in the jail, as well as recovery peer services in the jail that enables them to start a relationship with the individuals. And we've done that in Palm Beach County since October of 2019. And we have a 79% linkage to continuing services when they re-enter the community. So it's been a really successful program. And again, there are a lot of people in the state that have modeled their programs after what we've done there. And I know we've been, involved, again, up here, sharing the information that we have and encouraging them to do that. So everybody's a little different, depending where they put the priority on harm reduction or prevention. Some people are, and treatment. Treatment's a big one, making sure that you have treatment, the ability to, there's a little more leniency with the settlement dollars as far as the other dollars that we get, the federal funds and even the block grant money. But there's no financial eligibility associated with the settlement funding. And you can contract or you can do rate agreements for private treatment centers as well to increase the treatment services. So really part of the plan. And again, on the website for the Attorney General, there's the whole opioid plan that it's like 5 pages long of different options from treatment to prevention to harm reduction to recovery community. A lot of people are doing recovery housing because housing, of course, is an issue everywhere and stuff. So it's, and we can, again, we can help you. We've done a couple of different needs assessments. We're required to do one every 3 years. And so we can also answer questions that way for you, and we can help be involved with the needs assessments and helping to guide you or answer questions that you have.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Southeast Florida? No? All right.
Great.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, we will jump into presentations. And commissioners, I guess, we had some questions at the last meeting, so everybody's coming to give us a presentation. And just from my perspective, I think it's a little frustrating for the state not to allow us the time to do the needs assessment before we're asked to fund projects without having any idea what our community needs. And one of my concerns is that we are going to fund programs and projects that are going to eat up those dollars for the next 18 years before we truly understand what the need of our community is. And I think that all of these are great projects, don't get me wrong, there is a need for all of them, but where is the need the greatest, and are we putting those dollars there? And unfortunately, the state is not kind of giving us the time to do that. And I know it's coming down from above through you guys, but that's one of my points of concern is we allocate less money than this for TDC, and CSAC has their process, and with this, we're just kind of throwing it at the wall for the first year and hoping it's the right place. But my concern is if next year the needs assessment comes back and we are not funding stuff in the right place, are we going to have the ability or the want to take that money from a program that we funded and put it where the needs assessment shows it should have been? And that's a hard thing to do, especially with some of these projects that we're being asked to fund, because you are essentially will be taking money from helping people that you have helped and put it somewhere where maybe the needs assessment shows it would provide more help, but you're still creating a void when you take that away. So I think we should just be very careful going into this first year. All these people are people we've worked with. I know that they work in this realm and are very, very committed. My concern is just setting up a situation where we're funding and then we're pulling it back. So with that, we will dive into presentations and we'll just go in order. So we'll start with the Sheriff's Department, which is has $350,000 for improvements to the treatment wing.
Good morning, Commissioners, and yes, my name is Captain Angela Jones of the Indian River County Sheriff, and I'm here to address the fundings that we are searching for. The opioid use in our custody. For the past 10 years or more, the drug use has transitioned from heroin, prescription pills to fentanyl. In our community, our Road Patrol units encounter an increasing number of overdoses due to opioids. To complicate this fentanyl issue even more, cutting agents are being used which have proven to be a powerful mixture that has an overall effect on the person's well-being and their mental state. The drug of choice is easier to purchase, which can cause an increase in crime. Our county has experienced the following. From 2021, 22, and 23, the opioid that we have found and the drugs that we have found in our community, there were 11 cases of heroin that our Road Patrol arrested, 39 for oxycodone, but 67 for fentanyl. The fatal overdoses our Road Patrol have seen since 2021, 2022, and 2023, 4 of which were heroin, 1 was oxycodone, and 14 was fentanyl. Needless to say, there are also some non-fatal overdoses that the Road Patrol have also seen. Heroin, there are 59 cases from 21, 22, and 23, a total of 59 cases, and 7 due to oxycodone, and 116 due to fentanyl. But that's the road patrol side. But what we are finding in our county jail. We have found that in our county jail, there's an increasing number of citizens who have ingested some form of street drugs, mainly opioids upon booking. When you have an increase in your inmate population, the opioid use is also increased in the medical wing. In 2023, our medical wing had a total of 215 cases of opiates that was found in our jail. 325 cases were due to alcohol, and 372 cases were alcohol and opiates that came through our county jail. The funding that we are requesting, what would that funding do? It would open an opioid wing in our county jail. The wing will be able to adapt to the different forms of opioid use and the mental health issues that we are finding in our county jail. This funding will allow a wing for those inmates who are withdrawing or experiencing mental health crises due to opioid use. Currently, our medical wing consists of 14 beds, 1 per person cells, where we can house a total of 28 inmates in that wing, of which consists of medical, mental, and all different levels of withdrawal. The opioid funding will provide an additional bed space for 20 more inmates with transitional cells based on the different level of withdrawal. The opioid wing will provide bed spacing for our mental health inmates who are withdrawing from said opioid. The wing will provide direct observation by our medical staff and will always be staffed with a nurse. Our goal also is to put 2 negative pressure rooms in that wing due to communicable diseases based on those who are experiencing withdrawal mental health issues due to the use of opioids. The opioid wing would also consist of a counseling room and allow for space for mental health needs before placed back into general population. Currently, we are going to different counties, different jails to see how they have their medical set up in order to establish that opioid wing in our county jail. We expect with the expected fundings that, and additional sources, refunding, that we'll be able to make this completion in 2024. That's all I have.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lohr.
Captain, well done. Well done over the years.
Thank you.
Just so you know, members, that the AG's office, Attorney General's office, we did ask for clarification. You can use this dollars for capital. Just so you know. And I think it's a good idea.
Are there any more questions?
How do you guys handle opioid detox currently?
Currently, they're in our medical wing. They're in there for 7 days. Our medical staff, which is Treasure Coast TCCH, they're the ones that govern our medical wing. They're in there for 7 days, and right now, the way how our medical wing is designed, that person is housed with someone who is just in there for medical or mental health. So the reason for the funding is to pull that person away where they can have their own cell. But currently, they're in there on a detoxification protocol from the medical staffing.
So you're able to handle the detox currently, but these beds will give you a better ability to do that?
It'll give us better ability to see that person detoxing, the different levels of detoxification, whereas now where they are housed with someone who has an ongoing mental health or medical condition. Establishing that wing in the jail will separate that from those that are having medical issues.
Okay.
No, again, just to amplify, I believe that the young man in the back of the room, Chief, when we were both younger, there was a medical facility in the jail, and I believe there was 4 beds, and with a stand in between, and it has grown exponentially. It has grown because the needs have grown. But more importantly is to separate, to have a direct treatment area as people are going through their detoxification is probably far more critical. I believe the sheriff would agree with me, that to have a separate area as opposed to a hospital ward environment would probably give a lot more care, custody, and control for somebody that's going through that experience.
Yes, and having the nurses there 24/7, it also aid that citizen with what they're going through at that time. We currently have that in our medical wing, but it also assists, this wing will bring more aid to those citizens who are going through that process.
So is it $350,000 to, it says the request is for construction plans?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is just for
This is
the
just-
engineered drawings? This isn't actually for construction?
This is for just the design of the actual wing itself.
So $350,000 for the design,
For
so
the
that doesn't
design.
include the construction, which would be a subsequent cost, or the staffing, I'm assuming you would need additional nursing staff.
Additional nursing staff, that's that we're gonna take care of that with our medical provider. But the funds are there just for the design and also for, if there's funds left over, to also help us with opening up that wing, the construction of the actual wing itself.
So is it 300 for construction and the design, or just the design?
Just, to my understanding, for both. It's both.
For,
The design and the construction.
so 350 will get it built out,
Would get it built out, yes, ma'am.
but you don't have a design yet, so,
That's
or
why we're
estimate.
going to different counties, different jails, to see how their medical wing has been designed before we draw up a plan, because we want whatever wing, that opioid wing looks like, we want it to fit the citizens that are coming in there. You can go ahead and you can design a unit right now, but it may not be fitting for a county jail. So we are going to different county jails to get an understanding and an insight on how they have theirs, to come together at the table to make a design for the wing at the jail.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Commissioners? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Substance Awareness Center. I think you guys have a PowerPoint. Do you want that queued up?
It's easy to queue up, otherwise I can manage. All right, great. Good morning. My name's Carrie Lester. I'm the Executive Director at the Substance Awareness Center. I thank you for taking time to really dig into this important matter. I'm with Kylie Savoy, our Data and Outcomes Manager. You know, our organization has been serving in this community for over 30 years, dedicated in this space, and all of our programs are licensed and accredited, and that means they come with measurable outcomes and proven success and monitoring of that. I know today is really about the recommendations that were made for our organization with the use of the funding, but I did just want to share a little bit about what our strategy was. As you can tell, there wasn't a lot of good, clear guidance and direction on how to approach the problem. And so what we did was we kind of convened our team who have, we kind of pulled together our years of experience, knowledge, and training to look at the acceptable uses of the opioid settlement funds and say, what do we really think in the next year is feasible and doable to make an impact in our community? And so we approached the exercise as really a brainstorming exercise and brought those ideas back to the Public Safety Council. And so what we came up with, oh, Kylie, can you help me? Thank you. What we came up with 5 recommendations. Needs assessment and strategic plan. To us, that was kind of a no-brainer. As you can see, it's really hard to figure out how to use money when we don't really even have a roadmap or an idea of what the specific needs are. We do know that our criminal justice population is vulnerable to opioid use disorder, and we felt that expanding treatment in the jail would be of benefit. We talked about a mobile outreach van, some community training, and then expanding the capacity for the Substance Awareness Center to expand our treatment and prevention services. what the funding was recommended to us for by the Public Safety Committee was for the needs assessment. And so obviously our goal with the needs assessment is to really understand the unique needs of those most impacted by the opiate crisis here in Indian River County. And so we certainly wanted comprehensive data analysis. We wanted to make sure that we heard from those people and those families most impacted. We wanted to look at some of the sequential intercept mapping that was done back in 2018 and align with that, and then really make sure that we have a good strategic plan to implement moving forward. And then our jail treatment program was the second, and really our goal there is to reduce the impact of substance use disorder. We have a highly structured day treatment program that has proven success. We would mirror that program in the jail. The additional medical wing is separate from what we're talking about. We're just talking about having a dedicated pod of inmates that we would come in and we would provide intensive services throughout the week to those inmates. So they would be living, breathing, eating, sleeping, recovery somewhat together. And there's some different model programs in jails in other communities. And we would be able to bring a licensed clinician in. We would teach coping skills, address relapse, building support networks. And the overall goal of that would really be to reduce recidivism, relapse, and misconduct in the jail. But I would be remiss if I didn't note that a priority of our organization and our board is to expand our capacity. I mean, our current occupancy restricts, limits, and pretty much prohibits our ability to expand what we're providing in the community. And we know that the criminal justice population is impacted, but these are community dollars. And so we really need to situate ourselves for the growing population we have in the community. 1 in 6 Americans struggles with substance misuse, and we're seeing those numbers increase in our organization and what we're seeing. And so we have to get ourselves positioned to meet that growing need. I am concerned a little bit about the timeline of things, and so I did want to bring that to your attention. I'm concerned about, like, the needs assessment. I'm concerned about getting it done with enough time to plan for next July. Because as you heard, we should be planning April, May-ish, June. We need to have a plan in place by July 1. So I did speak to the consulting agency that we were talking to find out what our options are. We can expedite that plan. We can consolidate the timeline and get an expedited report. That comes at a cost, an increased cost. And then as I was talking to her more about our options, I learned that we could even build in a dashboard for an ongoing survey that would give us real-time information for us to utilize in our planning moving forward. All of those things come at an increased cost, but given the time frame of things, I would recommend that perhaps we relook at the allocation for the needs assessment and increase it. If we increased it to consolidate the timeline, we'd be looking at about $75,000, up from the $50,000. And if we built in a dashboard, it would be, and I'm learning a little bit more about it as I go, it would really help us. It would be ongoing as opposed to a time-limited data collection, but it would help us address the dynamic needs of change. We heard Officer Jones talk about what fentanyl is now compared to we hadn't heard about it years ago. We know that it's ever evolving, the changing needs in our community. It's going to help us with real-time decision-making, position us to be more responsive. It'll help elicit community engagement and feedback, because it will be available for the community to continually access. It'll help us be proactive. We can optimize and leverage our resource allocation. It'll allow for monitoring and analysis, data-driven decision-making, and efficiency and transparency. And so I think if we get this needs assessment, but we keep it as an ongoing system in our community, we can make better decisions. We can have the Public Safety Committee or another dedicated committee of a diverse group of people who are going to oversee this plan, could get real-time information when meetings are convened. We could bring updates of what's coming off of that dashboard. That would be a whole package of moving our request from $50,000 to $100,000 there. Again, with the jail programming, if I needed to modify the allocation of the 200,000 for us, I would suggest we look at that, because I think getting that needs assessment done and done right and having it accessible is our #1 priority. And then having a good plan for the next 18 years so we can step back and say, this is what we wanted to accomplish and what we were able to accomplish.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, currently you have $50,000 programmed for needs assessment, but in order to get it expedited, which allows the group to have the planning in place for next year, that would be an additional 50, bringing it to 100.
We would expedite it and we would build in an ongoing assessment on a dashboard that we can then continually feed information back to the community so that we can continue to make decisions and pivot as needed. That makes sense?
Yeah, but you would need an additional 50,000.
I would need an additional
either to
50.
take it from your jail program.
I could take it
or-
from the jail program and do that. Now, I did notice when we were talking, it does sound like though, is there potentially 99,000 that aren't allocated? Because we were talking about 1.17 and
As far as the numbers that were provided to us back in November, December, and now the number has grown to the $1,276,139. So there's an increase of, I don't know how much, I can do the math quick.
So there's some unallocated.
there's some unallocated
Yes,
funds, if I
about 90
understand correctly.
90 something.
It looked like 99 to me.
Okay.
Those are just some ideas. To me, the needs assessment and that live dashboard would be beneficial to the community and have to be, this is 18 years of funding, so I think we want to get it right out the gate there. I'm concerned that if we don't, how are we going to plan for next year's allocations by July 1?
Well, and I mean, I don't disagree with you, and I think Southeast Florida did say that the first couple of years, we should be creating and funding programs, and then the subsequent years, kind of maintaining those. So whatever we do in the first couple years, they're looking at us, at least at this point, unless it changes, to maintain those programs through funding into the future with the, remainder of those years.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
with the council's already decided how to allocate these dollars. I think, where I read about the van, I think you may have to pass on the van this year because you're doing it.
We're not allocated for the van.
I
We were
know
only
that.
allocated for the needs assessment and
Right.
for jail treatment.
Right, but what I'm saying is, for us to, or the council, to come up with another 50 at this stage of the game brings up the conversation we had earlier about the allocation of these dollars. A change order, if you will.
And I would be amenable to taking 50,000 away from the jail program and moving it towards the needs assessment. I think that is really important.
That's a good idea.
And again, considering the timeline, now, do all of these funds need to be expended by June 30th? Like, would there, if I didn't have, to ramp up a jail program, now we've kind of lost 2 months, would I be able to spend that 150? Depending when I can hire somebody, that could be iffy. Recruitment's been challenging.
Yes, and it's another unknown. I mean,
So I'm concerned so the program piece can be a little bit challenging.
And-
Yes.
We're actually asking that question, sorry.
Because I want them to be able to hear.
We're actually asking that question at the state level about the carryover for the funding because they've been giving us the information so late, and asking them to have it in writing for us so that you guys can actually carry it over. I do just want to make a note that starting next year, the amount of money drops in half. So that's just something for you guys to note as you're making some of these approvals as well.
Wow.
So. Okay. So.
That was initial. Initial was 1/1 for 18. But I just think it's a moving target. We have to adapt and adjust. As you heard from the Sheriff's Office presentation, there will be, with what is planned and intended and for the site, there will be no assessment as to the effectiveness of that particular part of the program. You, on the other hand, will have that opportunity to do that, but I would not feel compressed that that has to be accomplished in the reward of the following year, subsequent year, because, again, we heard there will be no assessment from the sheriff that's in planning stage. They're working feverishly to get it up and running, but it will not be done for June either. So I wouldn't be concerned that much with it as to getting something ramped up, as you said, as expeditiously as possible to get the dollars working for what we need done, and not look at the evaluation for the following, subsequent year.
Other questions for substance abuse? All right, thank you, ladies. All right, the next was Indian River County Mental Health Collaborative. Welcome.
Morning. How are we doing? Can you hear me okay? Yeah, good deal. I'm Wes with the Mental Health Collaborative. Our proposal is very simple. Honestly, it's a education and prevention proposal, just trying to help to establish in the community some awareness of opioid use and abuse. So I hope that some of you are familiar with the Unstruggle campaign that we have ran through the collaborative that I inherited when I came on as the executive director. So it would be very similar to that, basically, just trying to have funding for different education throughout the community. So it would be through Evergreen Media, doing the social hits that we do there, but more specific. Instead of it being Unstruggle, it would be opioid education. And obviously, we would collaborate with substance awareness for the different types of awareness campaigns that are out there already. One pill can kill. Obviously, appropriate disposal of your opioids if you're in a hospital and you get opioids. So just educating the community is basically what we're proposing, and we can do that through social media and also through a relationship that I have with iHeartRadio as well. So it would kind of fund both of those things. So there would be different radio hits and different social media campaigns that we would basically produce and run. And that's kind of it. That's all we're really asking for. Last year on Evergreen, through their program, Unstruggle we reached 300,000 people in our community. So if we can continue to do something like that with opioid education, I think that would be productive. And we can obviously assess that and see how many people we're actually reaching. So there is an ability there to assess what we actually do for a year. So that's it.
All right, any questions for mental health? No? All right,
All
thank
right.
you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, awesome.
Next is the 19th Judicial Circuit Drug Court for in and outpatient treatment. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you. My name is Patty Harris. I'm the court administrator at the 19th Judicial Circuit, and this is Wendy Parent. She is our director of our problem-solving court programs for the entire circuit. We're here speaking on behalf of the $305,000 that was proposed by the Public Safety Council several weeks ago. This money, if approved, would be used for participants currently within our problem-solving court programs, which include felony drug court, veterans treatment court, and mental health court. We currently have over 150 active participants within these three programs. Right now, we have about 30 participants that have a opioid-related addiction disorder, and that we're currently treating those within these programs. So the money would be used for treatment services, as well as wraparound services. We just asked for a wraparound case manager for the first time this upcoming fiscal year, which was approved.
And we're in the process of hiring that person, and that person will actually provide, the wraparound services of not just the treatment, but getting them, back into the community in a productive way. Because the one thing that sets apart problem-solving courts from the traditional crime and punishment model is that the problem-solving courts aim and strive for long-lasting public safety. So recidivism in problem-solving courts is much lower than that of the traditional model, and that's a big win for these problem-solving court programs. Since the inception of problem-solving court programs in Indian River County, which started in 2002 with felony drug court, we've graduated approximately 1,000 participants over the last 20 years, which is very significant. And the national average for recidivism is 27.5%, whereas the recidivism rate here in Indian River County is 18.5, well below the national average. So we see this as a great benefit, and problem-solving courts, going back to Commissioner Fleischer's comment about tried and true programs, problem-solving courts began way back in the 1970s with President Nixon, who, he had this huge campaign on the war on drugs, and that caused an accumulation of a lot of arrests, which caused a huge backlog in the court system across the nation, and that's what spurred the starting of felony drug courts. And since then, they've tinkered with them, they've learned, the benefits of them, and the model for all problem-solving courts is now based on felony drug courts, because those are, tried and true and proven to be successful. So with that said, I thank you for this opportunity to apply for these funds. I think that this money will be spent in a way that it was intended, because these are vulnerable citizens within the community who have already are past the addiction are now entering into the justice system, and they're in critical need of treatment services to get back on the right foot.
So when you say in and outpatient treatment, what is that specifically?
So in and outpatient treatment, and like Patty had talked about wraparound services, we're looking to assist with inpatient treatment services, outpatient treatment services, intensive outpatient, which could be approximately all day long for 3 days, partial hospitalization, which is typically 5 days weekly. And it's kind of like a step down. So when they come out of jail, they'll go, pretty much if they're in jail, they've already gone through the detox process like the jail talked about. We'll get them started in residential if that's what they're assessed at for their treatment case plan. They'll do residential for 30 days, step down into partial hospitalization for 30 days, step down to intensive outpatient for 30 days, and then follow up with outpatient treatment until we feel that they're successful enough and have the tools and skills they need to get back into the community.
Commissioners, questions?
Madam Chair, obviously you're in charge of the 19th Judicial Circuit, which includes 3 other counties other than ours. And of the 305, I'm sure you have a plan in place. Just curious, are you benefactors of the opioid settlement in the other 3 counties?
No, we're not. And I'm not sure why. I know that the St. Lucie County, because they have a population of over 300,000, they have that mandated task force that they have to create. And they have chosen to use their funding for prevention, civilian-type peer services and support. To be honest, I know that as far as I know you guys are asking about other counties within the state, and the 19th Circuit is the circuit out of we have the most problem-solving courts than any other circuit in the state. And several of the problem-solving courts throughout the state are funded in different ways. Some are funded using state appropriations, some are funded through charitable organizations, through grants. So I would say all of the problem-solving courts would be asking for some of the money for the opioid settlement program. But as you all were talking, I made a note that I'm going to look into the other 3 counties here, as well as I have a statewide meeting actually coming up at Panama City Thursday if they survive the storm. And I'll check into what the other circuits are doing, and I'll get back to you on that.
Great. And also, I spoke with Judge Cox Friday. She was unable to be here today.
Yeah.
And she was concerned about the intensive care.
Yes.
And she would like to be included in some of those discussions. Obviously,
Absolutely.
she formed drug
She is
court,
a-
veterans court,
She's
mental
a
health.
pioneer, yeah,
She is, and she's passionate about it, but unfortunately, she couldn't be here. So if you could
Right.
please do that.
I will, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
As you spoke at the Public Safety Council and as well as here, I have to say that earlier I mentioned that, Chief might have mentioned that more
Yes.
funding is necessary. You know, the wraparound service is very
Yes.
important.
It is.
It's the missing key
Mhm.
that does not exist right now. Yes, that's why it's
Correct.
missing. Yeah.
Yes.
But to my colleagues, if you haven't gone to a graduation, try to get, I guess Eventbrite will have tickets, otherwise.
We'll give you some tickets.
Invite us, yes.
Let you
It's
know
free
when the
of
next
charge,
graduation is.
And it's a very rewarding experience to see individuals and how they are committed and all of the communication that has happened
Yes.
during their trail and the identification that the judge has firsthand knowledge of these individuals to that level. That's what it's all about. It's the communication that gets it there, because if you don't communicate, you have a problem. The problem never goes away.
Right.
So I do appreciate that, and I do see an enhancement in the following year, because I think the wraparound service will be very successful.
That's going to be a key
Thank you.
change for us. Thank you.
Other questions? No? All right, thank you, ladies.
Madam Chair.
Next is Treasure Coast Homeless Services Council for housing outpatient and jail release housing.
We have a quick presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I am the new visionary leader for the Treasure Coast Homeless Services Council. One of the things that was brought to my attention when I came to the community was that our organization needed to connect and work more closely with our community partners, that we hadn't been a good community partner. And so my job is to help improve that community partnership in the community. So, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. I tried to break this down. So when we made the request, we put a couple of options available for the committee based off the number of participants that the committee believed that we would need to provide services to when it comes to providing rental assistance to those individuals who are suffering from this addiction. The committee recommended that we would provide services to around 17 households with the funds that would be provided to us. That would provide us also the ability to have a housing specialist that could help coordinate this information through our coordinated entry process. So our request basically is for the $282,000 that would serve about 17. It was based off the fact that the funding would need to be spent by June. We do have a housing coordinator assigned, or housing specialist assigned specifically to address this if the funds are awarded. So, any questions?
Questions?
Where do you plan on finding these rentals?
So we have a housing navigator in our office. On a weekly basis, we probably house with housing navigation services up to 5 to 10 families a week. So we contract with landlords. We have a list of over 480 landlords in our service area for all 3 counties, but specifically focus on different components of each county. But that's our whole landlord and property management list, if you will. So we have access. The housing navigator connects with property managers or landlords and identifies available properties when we know that we have a resident who needs assistance.
Right. And do you have to declare their criminal history, their past, let's say, hopefully past addiction to the landlord?
So when those items do occur, we will become we master lease units from a landlord so that residents that face these kinds of challenges do not have to go through the specific criteria. So we take that on, and we normally, if there's damages or something like that, we have another funding source that allows us to help pay for those damages of that unit, so we keep the landlord happy and can keep that unit in our portfolio.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? No? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, so that was everybody that was allocated dollars from the Public Safety Council for the opioid settlement planning. I was a little confused because I thought I heard at some point that the 1.1 or 1.2, whatever it has amounted to, will be cut in half next year. So it's 1.2 this year, and next year it'll be 6. Okay. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Yes, Commissioner
So your
Fletcher?
concern is that perhaps there'll be an appeal to supplement the programs that are in existence if they are successful programs and they are here for appeal, and they will hear at the Public Safety Council that is $600,000 available or $650 available, and well, we're going to be about $350 short. Is your concern that we'll be looking at our base to supplement that?
No, my concern is that I think all these programs are good programs, and they're tried and true. We've kind of said that for the most part. And I have no real qualms with them, but my concern is that all of these programs are set up for people involved in the legal system. And there's many people in our community that are not involved in the legal system that have opioid problems, crises, whatever the case may be. I mean, you see it every day, and I think part of our goal with these dollars should be to keep people from becoming part of the legal system. And I'm not seeing that much in this for that. And if we're going to be talking about less dollars moving forward, I think that we're missing a huge segment of the population with these dollars. And I know we don't have a plan yet because we haven't been given the time to do that, which isn't super helpful. And I understand that. So again, back to my earlier comment, we're kind of throwing mud at the wall to see what's going to stick, and hoping that we're throwing it at the right places, because a lot of the programs that we're funding are programs that we have had success with. So I don't have a problem with that. I guess if you really want to know my thoughts, my bigger concern is funding the sheriff's request, because that is something that has not been really fleshed out. It's $350,000 for a design and maybe some construction, but they haven't looked at other designs. They don't have a cost estimate. They don't have an estimated program cost. I just think it's a little premature for that particular, that's the one that scares me. It scares me that we're going to get into a program that we're going to have to fund year over year, and we don't thoroughly understand the cost. With these other programs and the groups, we understand those costs. We've funded them in the past. We've seen their outcomes. We need detox beds in Indian River County, but because there aren't any, but quite frankly, we need detox beds that are open for everybody, no matter if they've been arrested or not. So, I mean, I know the goal is not necessarily to reallocate and have that whole conversation, but I have a lot of anxiety about the $350,000 for that particular project, especially since I know, and we've had this discussion before, that is a wing that has been kind of being tried to be used for different things. This is probably a good use of it, but I don't feel comfortable yet that there is a plan fleshed out to make this $350,000 move that process forward instead of just it's a little higgledy-piggledy to me.
Well, and that was discussed at the Public Safety Council as well, as far as not being able to move forward as quickly as possible as the other applicants may have the luxury to do that. Yes, it is in a planning stage. As I brought out earlier, way back when, there were 4 beds. Now there's, 14? It's half a pod. Sick bay has grown, needs are grown. There are inmates who are sick by no intent of their own. People do get sick, inmate or not. But more importantly is the addiction and the withdrawal from addiction, and that process is completely different and should be separated from other individuals because there might be more hands-on attention that needs to be given to those individuals who are going through those withdrawals. Again, Sheriff could probably speak a bit about the intake of those who are going through withdrawal, and it is a tremendous burden on the operation and manpower, but more importantly is to get the program running. I again could see that we're looking at how will we keep this program running in the future if we're looking at a June date and look, we're halfway done with January, or a third done with January. No, brick and mortar will not be completed by June, without a doubt, even though they're working feverishly. So I still, we debated and we still supported so that we can get this process up and running.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
again, I think, and of course I wasn't part of the Safety Council, but obviously it looks like the council decided upon when this person comes into contact. The first initial contact, of course, would be an intake into jail. And then if you follow the wraparound services, the final step would be the Treasure Coast homeless. So I think I'm guessing, they were thinking there was 5 steps upon intake, and then when he or she is recovered.
No, I don't disagree with that. That's what it seems to me.
Right, that's what it seems like.
Those first 96 hours a ride.
Yes, Commissioner Moss.
Go ahead.
With regard to the sheriff's treatment wing, actually, I like that idea because it's something that is hopefully permanent and will actually be standing 17 years from now when some of the other things perhaps have come and gone, and they certainly will help individuals at that point in time. But when you add a physical asset, it has the ability to help people over perhaps a longer period of time, or hopefully so.
Commissioner Ehrman?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's no easy way and no right way that we can make everybody happy to how to do this. I mean, the opioid problem goes well beyond this. It goes well beyond what we can do. We just happen to have $1.2 million to spend to help for treatment. You made a good case by saying, well, what are we doing about the people that don't get handled from the law enforcement side? That's going to take public awareness. That's going to take more than what we can do. I mean, some of these groups do make it a public awareness, but it's something that's well beyond probably what our means to have. I agree with you about the sheriff. I'd like a little more detail in the 350, but I do have to say that most people that are affected with opioid, a disease or whatever we'll call it, eventually end up in the care of law enforcement. And then they go to the drug court kind of thing. It's kind of a vicious cycle. It's a sad vicious cycle. And the federal and state government and law enforcement needs to probably put more funding in law enforcement in order to combat this opioid problem, whether it's, straight opioids, fentanyl, or whatever the case may be. I would like to see more detail on the 350, but I think it's something that we're going to have eventually. I think there's more people, more pressure on the sheriff with regards to how they're going to treat these people when they come into their facility. I just don't know if there's any, again, if we can make everybody happy, any right or wrong answer. Maybe we want to move some of that money. How much does the substance awareness, you needed 25,000 additional for the study?
50 additional.
50 plus the 25 to make it 75?
No, I was allocated 50, I need an additional 50 to do.
But then I say, it did get vetted by the Commissioner Fleischer's group. So I don't know if there's a wrong or right answer. I'm almost prepared to say I'll make a motion to say we accept to what the Public Safety Council for Criminal Justice, Mental Health, and Substance Abuse has done and move on from there. I really don't know if I can say, well, we need to do this, and we need to do this, and we need to do that, and they need this. So I'd almost be prepared to say we take the recommendation of the council and approve and move on from there and see where we go. I do have concerns, like I think you said early on in the conversation, what we're going to do next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. Is the funding going to be there?
Madam Chair.
To promote these things.
Yeah, was that a motion?
I'm going to make that a motion just because I still think we can solve every problem. But I think they've vetted it enough, and I don't know if we can, what else that we can really do.
Okay.
I don't have a better idea.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Ehrman
Madam Chair, in light of the timeline, I'll second that motion.
and a second by Commissioner Lohr.
Madam Chairman, the
Yes.
only question that I might raise is we've got that $99,139.70 extra that was not allocated by the council. Would Commissioner Ehrman be willing to amend his motion to approve the extra $50,000 for the Substance Awareness Council?
I would.
Bringing their allocation to a total of $250,000.
I would.
And that would then fund $100,000 for the needs study and $150,000 for the jail treatment.
On an expedited basis.
In the needs assessment on the expedited basis.
Madam Chair, I couldn't go along with that because of what we talked about an hour ago. The council determined these dollar numbers. I feel comfortable that Southeast can handle whatever the balance is for some type of contingency. And with everything, one of these entities is probably going to be short somewhere.
Okay.
Yes,
ma'am.
That's fine.
I just want to be clear, and I appreciate the additional funding. I am concerned unless the timeline that the money can carry over to ramp up the jail program, now that we have lost about 2 months of kind of planning and hiring, will I expend 150,000 in the jail by June 30th? I do have a concern. I don't want to set us up for failure and leave money on the table. But if we feel some confidence that the money would roll over, I would, we do believe that that is an important program and get staffing in the jail.
So right now, the amendment to right now, the amendment to the motion to add additional funding to you was not accepted by the seconder, so you're at your original amount.
200,000.
So I don't know. I guess the question then becomes, if you don't think you can spend $150,000 by June or July, can you take 50 from that 150 and expedite your study instead? I don't know the answer to that question, but I wouldn't care personally. But I guess that would be the next question, if you wanted to do that. He didn't withdraw his second. He didn't agree to the amendment of the original motion. So his second still stands on the original motion, which is to accept the recommendations as they were presented. Correct? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Moss.
May I ask you a question then? So what we're voting on is the $1,177,000 as it appears in the proposed resolution, the 5 different organizations.
Correct.
Okay.
And the additional dollars will not be allocated.
Okay, thank you.
And if we find out that the dollars can't be rolled over, then we can make an adjustment.
Yes, then we can,
Okay.
because that's an unknown. We're still waiting for clarification.
We have a motion and a second. Anybody from the public wishes to speak on this item?
I gotta go to bed.
Okay.
I just want to bring on, there was questions about the jail program and the 350,000. I don't think it was real clear. The 350,000 that was originally proposed does not include the construction cost as was presented to the public safety meeting. It was only the beginning stages. I think there was going to be a further ask of 2.5 million, and before we knew the amounts that were going to be coming down in the 18-year allotment, I think that didn't seem like a very big amount. But now that they've sent out the 18-year plan and it looks like it's going to cut down to 600 for like 4 or 5 years, and then 500, and then 400,000 after that, I do think that it should be considered, because I don't want the jail to start a program and not be able to finish it.
Well, that was my concern from the very beginning.
So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because she said it was construction costs, and I don't know about you, but I've never heard you can even build a home for 350,000, much less build out a unit in a jail for that much. So I just want to make sure you guys understood that.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to advocate again, and I understand the allocations have been made, but, the importance of the needs assessment and getting that done is going to help guide you guys and stuff. And so I really just want to say that I do believe it's important to get done. So, thanks.
I would agree with that as well. All right, anybody else? Seeing none, there is a motion by Commissioner Ehrman with a second by Commissioner Lohr to accept the recommendation of the Public Safety Committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carries 4-1 with myself dissenting. And with that, we will take a 10-minute recess. And the next item is Attorney's Matters, 13B, sale, donation of former Gifford Gardens Apartments property to Indian River County Habitat for Humanity. Mr. DeBrawl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Gifford Gardens property used to have apartment house buildings on it. There were 55 units spread out over the 3.3 acres. The lifespan of the buildings just kind of wore themselves out and they fell into disarray. Everything was taken from them as far as the air conditioners, wall unit heaters, windows, doors. The cost of rehabilitating the buildings was far in excess of their value. So it fell into further disrepair. The county demolished it in June of 2011 at a cost of $85,000. The property was purchased at a tax deed sale later for the amount of the unpaid taxes, which was $84,900. Our liens, the code enforcement liens, and the demolition liens, the government did not drop off in the tax deed sale. Therefore, they remained a burden on the property, and the board decided to purchase the property from the then owner, Leonard Green, for $10,000. We also paid the taxes that were outstanding for those 2 years in the amount of $9,600. Then the board earmarked this property for affordable housing. There were a couple of proposals that were made to the board. The most recent one was made by Habitat for Humanity. In their proposal, they asked to use or have this property donated to them for the establishment of single-family homes on the property using the Habitat for Humanity home ownership program, the sweat equity program that they have found that has been quite successful for affordable housing. We also earmarked American Recovery Plan Act money in the amount of $500,000 for the planning and construction of affordable housing. That was wrapped into the Habitat presentation as well. They are in the process of making their applications to the county. It is time for us to go ahead and dedicate the property so they can start improvements on it. And so before you here, staff recommends that we approve the agreement to purchase and sell the real estate and the American Rescue Plan agreement. Also, that's included with the backup, and authorize the chairman to execute the agreement and the deed on behalf of the board. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you, Mr. DeBrawl. This has been a very long time coming, and I know everybody at AHAC is anxiously awaiting the signing of the documents. So I have no questions. I appreciate it moving forward.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lohr with a second by Commissioner Flesher. Any further discussion?
I'd just like to recognize Trevor Loomis, who's sitting in the back with Doug Vitunik, the attorney for Habitat for Humanity. Mr. Vitunik will handle the closing on this one.
Fantastic.
No in capable hands.
All right, if there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you for your patience, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys. All right, the next item is Commissioners' Matters. Under My Matters, there is attached a proposed resolution in support of the Indian River County strict rainy season ban on urban fertilizer ordinance. So just a little history on this. As you guys know, Commissioner Flesher was actually here when it happened. There's a fertilizer ordinance for Indian River County. I think it was a well-attended meeting when you guys passed that.
Probably as much as,
Probably the most well-attended meeting
Yes.
in the past 25 years of county commission.
it's almost as attended as charter government itself.
There you go. But currently, there is some legislation moving through the state that would limit our ability to enforce that ban. I think there's a study that UF is supposed to be doing, and some other things. So The Indian River Neighborhood Association brought this resolution to the county's attention. I think Sierra Club and some other organizations around the state have been asking their local governments to adopt the resolution, basically telling the state to kind of, respect our home rule. So this falls under that. So I wanted to bring it forward for discussion. I know we have staff. Alexis is here, our fertilizer educator. I don't know if enforcer is the correct word, but we can go with that. Sometimes she can be enforcing. And then Dan Lansom is here as well from IRNA if there's any questions.
Well, Madam Chair, being the chairperson of the fine institution that we serve, it does have limitations, and you can't make a motion. So if you allow me the opportunity, I would like to make the motion for you.
Well, thank you so much, and I would.
Move forward with this resolution, which is consistent with our regulations that we have established, as you pointed out many years ago.
Wonderful, thank you for that. And I will be happy to second that. Is there any discussion? Any comments? Anybody from the public? Alexis, do you have your fertilizer enforcement cape on? We should get you one if you don't have one.
Chairman Adams, Commission, thank you very much for taking this up and considering it. We are working with a coalition across the state of organizations that are trying to get counties that have passed strong fertilizer ordinances that Indian River County has to just kind of send off a resolution to the state saying, please don't preempt this from us, because they've been doing that a lot in the last decade or so and taking power away from you guys, and that's not something we want to see happen, especially with something as important and also one of the easiest and low-cost solutions to nutrient pollution that we have, especially one that's been proven in this IFAS study. The legislator is just trying to take power away from the local municipalities at the behest of special interest, if I can be a little cynical. So thank you for standing up for that. And hopefully, the only thing I would suggest in the text is that you also send a copy of it to Senator Grahl and Representative Brackett, as our representatives in Tallahassee. I know it was going to the president and of the Senate and all that, but those are some other people that might be good to receive it. So again, thank you very much for considering this, and good job.
Thank you.
We can include that and
Yeah.
send it.
We can certainly send it to our local representatives as well.
And I will say that, as I said, consistent with our current regulations, I just want to point out that our enforcement to our local vendors has proven with great results that many of the distribution points are offering for sale some fertilizers that are compliant, that do have a zero in their equation. That's the number that would be concerned with.
Phosphorus.
Excuse me?
Phosphorus, yes.
Yes. So they have become compliant to still being able to fertilize, but fertilize with a clean conscience, and that's very important.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm Richard Baker with the Pelican Island Audubon Society. Actually, I have a little speech I was going to do, but since it sounds like you're all going to approve this thing, I'd just like to thank you very much for this. I appreciate you allowing us to have a garden in front of your entrance here, too, demonstrating native plants. We need to cut back on turf grass. Not only is it the chemicals that are required on it, because the turf grass has only 2 inches of root, and that's why it needs to be watered frequently, while a native plant goes down 12 inches, and it can absorb the amount of water that's in the soil. It doesn't have to worry about next day or the next day. It's the water is there. And so I appreciate that. We've got now gardens at the Up Center and at the beach post office, and we put one in at the Pelican Island Vero Beach Elementary School too. But we're getting crazy with this grass and putting it in yards, and it's affecting our animals and us. We can't eat it. We plant more grass than we do corn. and people in the world are starving, we could plant more corn, be doing so. And it absorbs up a lot of our drinking water too. In Florida, 64% of our drinking water is going on lawns, and in the summer, it goes up to 88%. So we're not only are we putting chemicals out there with, but we're eating up the grass is eating up our drinking water. So that is a big problem for us here. And I appreciate the University of Florida trying to see if a ban is working or not. But I'm glad you're just going to go ahead and support this issue. And all the, I think the regional Indian River County and the Treasure Coast counties are all supporting it too. And we're concerned about the lagoon and this. So trying to cut back on this is really bad. I would like to hope though, and Alexis is doing a terrific job. We appreciate all she's doing, and she's teaching kids about birds and the importance of stormwater. But we'd like to have a little bit more enforcement too. You see some of these organizations out there with their pipe spraying, and I've actually got photographs of these organizations that are companies that are doing this. And you go ask them, what are you spraying during this ban? And they say, oh, just iron. But I don't think you've hauled anybody into court for spraying during the summer ban, and it'd be nice if one or two cases would be up there that maybe other people then would recognize and not do it. So appreciate it. I appreciate the Democrats. We have a conference coming up on January 20th, Transforming Landscapes for a Sustainable Future. And it's to teach, this will be the 5th time we've given this conference. We've got 6 terrific, great speakers where it's open. We're actually charging $25, but if anybody can't afford it, I will give the $25 for it, and that includes lunch at this Emerson Center. And fantastic speakers about what we can do to replace lawns. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. All right, anybody else? Seeing none, we do have a motion by Commissioner Flesher with a second by myself. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. All right, next item is we're on to Solid Waste Disposal District. So we do have the approval of the meeting minutes of November 7th and November 21st.
So moved, Madam Chair.
And I will second that. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is work order number 5 to Geosyntec for annual permit compliance monitoring and reporting for 2024. Welcome.
It is still morning, right?
Barely. Barely.
Morning, Commissioners. Sean Leesky, Utilities Director, acting on behalf of Solid Waste Disposal District this morning. This agreement with, or amendment with Geosyntec is associated with our annual permits. The landfill maintains a number of permits, including its Class 1 landfill permit, an air permit, as well as a stormwater permit. And this agreement with Geosyntec is to have assistance with continuing to manage those permits associated with monitoring and reporting and all that goes along with those. And so this is an agreement with them of $296,305.68 to assist with the ongoing reporting and monitoring requirements of those associated permits.
Any questions? I have a motion by Commissioner Ehrman with a second by Commissioner Flesher. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we'll move on to amendment number 4 to landfill gas agreement with No Petro Eco District LLC.
And so I know you all are very familiar with this project. You heard a presentation during the last commission meeting. What we're proposing today is an amendment. We have gone through a series of amendments associated with project. The latest being Amendment 3, where we had to extend the date from June of 2023 to June of 2024. There's been a number of delays associated with that, and so what we're bringing to you today is a proposed amendment number 4 to extend that date to allow them some time to complete construction and get the project up and running. Through that, we've recognized that there may be some division of responsibilities that may need additional work within the construct of the agreement. And so in the amendment, we are agreeing in good faith to come back to the board and to come back to work together with them to address some of those division of responsibilities and to hopefully come back to the board sometime in March with yet another amendment to further address perhaps some of those division of responsibilities. And so at this point, really what we're asking is to amend the date and to extend the commencement date of this. One of the things in the prior amendment also was there was a termination date within the agreement that was 30 days from that commencement date, meaning that if they didn't meet that that termination date, and the plant wasn't up and operational at that point, that the actual contract would terminate. In the amendment, we have actually adjusted that date to account for, hey, if they built the facility is there, the structure is there, they're just having a tough time getting the operations working and things are not necessarily to the point where they've actually commenced, that they would pay liquidated damages associated with any delays they would have beyond that actual theoretical termination date. So that is actually part of this amendment as well. And so at this point, staff is supporting the amendment number 4 and would be happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
All right, are there any questions of staff?
Madam Chair, obviously, I think the 5 of us met with both parties in recent months, or days, actually. And we might as well bring it up. Some of the bigger issues that our staff had with this amendment, what happened between our meeting yesterday and today? Has something changed with respect to some of the specific language in the contract?
We had concerns, and we still have concerns with the division of responsibilities and how that might impact, us financially. And so, the agreement does require us to come back to the table in good faith to negotiate some of those terms. We met with representatives from NoPetro late yesterday afternoon and again early this morning before the commission meeting. And, we've agreed that we will come back to the table to negotiate those and ultimately bring back a 5th amendment to the commission to ensure that we have addressed any concerns that staff has associated with those.
So what I'm hearing is between now and March, some of the wording in the contract will be changed?
Likely some of the wording. We would have an amendment that would likely address some of the wording within the contract. To address, again, division of responsibilities, and hopefully some other things we talked about this morning, some other areas that may also be of concern and might have some slight changes, and I believe that my understanding from the representatives from NoPetro that they would be open to some discussions on those as well. And I can't speak for them, so if they want to speak to that, they certainly can.
We're talking about might be open to, or will be open to, because it was pretty heated discussions yesterday. I don't know how your meetings went, and I think we probably should talk about it today.
What would you like to talk about?
I'll just add my own comment on that. I wouldn't be able to approve this as it stands because it's not specific. It's not stating the terms and conditions, and I'm referring to a clause at the bottom of the page. Both parties further agree that a matrix of responsibilities will be prepared and agreed upon in good faith with respect to sections 3.1 and 3.2. And agreeing to agree is, that's too nonspecific. I think you need to iron this out. We can't vote on something when we don't know what it is. It's just that simple.
Oh, we're just voting on an
The
extension.
amendment today would be to vote on extending the deadline, the timeline associated with the commencement date. And that part of it would be to agree to come back with another amendment that would adjust some of the other language within the contract. Today, the amendment is strictly to extend the commencement date.
Well, why do we need to do that? I mean, why can't we just get it right the first time?
I can't speak to that, so.
Commissioner Masso, good morning. George Herrera, Chief Executive Officer with No Petro. So the facility, we've already filed all our permits and we've invested nearly $10 million through the end of the year. So the project has now begun. Our contractor will be mobilizing in February. So the project is already moving forward. And so if we don't have this amendment, then we are in a very precarious position because we have to write a check next month this month for $4 million to keep the project going so that we can turn on the facility. We'll be breaking ground in 60 days or so. We're waiting for our building permits and we're ready to go. So we've already fully committed to this county and we will be investing $40 million to build this asset on the south part of this county, which will not only revitalize that area, but obviously it's going to increase property values. It's just it's been a project that we've been working very closely with the county for 24 months. And I can't speak more highly of Sean and Himanshu and Ron and the staff. So it's been a great experience. It's just, we need this extension to keep the process going while we go back and we reconcile some items that they prefer perhaps that we can maintain or operate. But I don't view personally any of them as being material or substantial. It's just simply reconciling the division of responsibilities in certain items as it relates to the operation at the landfill.
Well, I appreciate that. I think it's a great project, and I think everybody wants it. But that being said, I would hope that this matrix of responsibilities could be ironed out perhaps prior to our next meeting and just, address it at that time.
I don't
And
think
it's
that,
specific.
I don't think that that's a reasonable time frame to iron out anything when you think about how long it takes even getting ordinances in proper form. I think that if we want to have them address these issues in a way that's meaningful and resolves the entirety of some of the concerns on both sides, we should give them the time to do that.
I don't know, it was my understanding that the concerns were pretty straightforward, and I'll leave it to Mr. Leesky to explain that. I think that the concerns are pretty straightforward. That's as was explained to me.
Commissioner
It
Airman?
was not complicated.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mouse, I would add that, and also with what Commissioner Lohr said, what transpired from yesterday when we had the meetings and I had the meetings with staff, then I had a meeting with Elaine and his group. And my first words out of there is staff is having an issue with this at the time. And I said, I don't think I can vote for this, being staff is having so many reservations on the distribution of responsibilities, some of the revenue side and some other things. And I pleaded with Elaine and his folks to say, can we table this for 2 weeks? Bring it to the next commission meeting? Or my suggestion is you get with staff right after you walk out of here and y'all start hammering it out right away, before the meeting. So I'm glad to see that happened. I'm glad to see that Sean is in a little better mood and feels a little better about it today. Am I correct?
I feel that the issues can be resolved. I think there's still some perhaps differences of where that needs to go and what those division of responsibilities need to be. And I think to Commissioner Adams, can we solve that in 2 weeks? I don't know the answer to that. We had some good conversations last night. We had some good conversations this morning. Are we to where we need to be? No. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know that we reached a conclusion overnight. But do I feel comfortable that they would be willing to come back to the table and continue negotiations beyond this point? Yes, I feel that we've worked with them for, not personally, I've worked with them for the 2 years I've been here. I know Ron and Manchu have worked with Alon for much longer than that, and George for a period of time longer than that as well. And so I can't speak for Ron and Himanshu at this point, but we've had a good working relationship during that time, and when they say they're willing to come back and work through those differences and bring an amendment at a later date, I can do nothing but at this point believe that they're willing to do that. And again, I can't put words in their mouth, so I can't speak for them. But I can tell you that over the last, 24 hours, we've tried to see what we could do to understand each different party's perspectives, and I think we understand the perspectives, And now it's just trying to figure out what exactly, how we can kind of work through those different perspectives again, to kind of reach a point where, and I think for all of you, and what we mentioned was concern from my perspective that the county would be subsidizing, this is a public-private partnership, that the public would be subsidizing the private side, am I convinced right now that we're not to that point? Not the way it currently stands today, but can we work through those issues and get to a point where I think we would be comfortable with that? I believe we can. So that's kind of where we are today.
And I don't think any commissioner up here would want to, subsidize a private corporation, because this is a public-private partnership and it wants to be that way. And I can tell you, if we're not talking to each other, and we all agree this project is a good project, and Mr. Moss just said it, it's a wonderful project, that if we're not talking, this project will fail. It will fail. And it will be bad for the county. It would be financially bad for Elaine and his folks to do this, and I don't want to see that happen. I want to see this be successful. So as long as Counselor and Keith, as long as y'all feel we haven't limited ourselves and we're talking, I'm good with Amendment 4. But if we're not talking and we're not making any headway, then I'm not good with Amendment 4. If we're talking and we can come back with an amendment later, I don't think, as Commissioner Adams said, that's an unreasonable request to do this time. But I want to make sure this works. So basically, I'm asking my staff and your folks, let's work this out. Because there's nothing but good going to come out of this if this project's successful. And I want it to be successful, and I'm sure the taxpayers want it to be successful, but I just don't want it to be unsuccessful at the taxpayer's expense. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. And Commissioner Laura, that was a good question. What happened yesterday till this morning? I'm glad to see some progress was made.
Well, I look at it this way, we've got a 20-year potential marriage with these guys, and we don't want to get a divorce within the first year, There's a lot of celebrities out there, there's
Right.
relationships last 6 months, and I don't want this to last 6 months,
At
and
least
so.
be around for the wedding pictures to come back.
And what's that? Yeah, right.
I do have one more question. I'm sorry. Are you good with this? Both of y'all? So far, or no?
I have a question as far as, what about just bringing this back before us on the 23rd? If we're talking now and ironing everything out, why not just keep on with the negotiations and finish it once and for all? Second question, is the 10-year extension to the 20-year contract still on the table?
No, I don't believe that that's still on the table, so.
We haven't discussed it since then. We've only been discussing the specific expenses that the county identified as it relates to operate the leachate evaporator, and whether once we start taking the county's gas, whether we should bear some of that expense, which they are now obligated to spend in the contract. That's really the crux of the issue that we have to discuss with the county. And so when we were here 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, our request was to get we're 3.5 months beyond the outside date, and that was based on events we couldn't control, truly. And everything is now moving. We will break ground. So this delay, if we knew for certain that we'd be done by the 22nd, we'd be fine. But my only concern is that we don't, and then I can't close on our construction loan, which has now been in the works for 10 months, right? In terms of finalizing, now we're in the paperwork process. So that's my only concern. But I have no concern in terms of reaching an agreement. We've operated similar partnerships for 12 years with other government agencies and have done so very successfully. So it doesn't concern me at all that we'll reach
Project similar to this one?
so
With this
similar,
size?
A little bit different, similar, not as large.
This is a large project for you then?
No, this is a small project.
This is a small one.
No, this is a good-sized project. So we built, in Central Florida, we spent about $15 million building a large renewable natural gas distribution facility, making modifications to maintenance buildings. So that's not a concern. It's just more, we need to close on our financing. These projects are very complex. They take a lot of time. And we've been meeting with the county weekly, for 18 months, our team. So we've been incredibly diligent, and the county's been as well. So there's no concern on our part that we'll be able to alleviate any concerns.
The project in I think it serves the bus company and everything like that in Orlando, Lynx.
That's right, so it's a Central Florida transit system.
But
there.
is that from landfill gas that you've processed?
So we
That
do
you
distribute the renewable natural gas, we do, but we don't produce it. This will be our facility where we're producing it and then distributing it to our own fleet. We currently purchase our renewable, maybe from BP.
Okay, but in the state of Florida, do you have similar landfill gas projects that are up and running?
No, there is only one in Florida, actually, and that just got turned on it's a fairly new industry in terms of repurposing for renewable natural gas. So one facility that got turned on near Jacksonville, that's the only facility that's actually operational. We'll be the second right here in Indian River County.
Madam Chair, you know, and I had a little tutorial yesterday on this. Obviously, I wasn't here when it began in 19. And I am a little disturbed at the different changes in the amendments and extensions. So I think the elephant in the room, and maybe Attorney Keith can speak on this, I'd like to hear both sides, both parties' definition of gross receipts. Because there seems to be some things in there that are making me nervous. I don't know about the rest of you.
Keith Jackman, Assistant County Attorney with the County Attorney's Office. Forgive me, I have a frog in my throat. That was a plug. Shameless plug.
Careful, take it right over to Felsmere.
All right. Our recommendation is that we table this till the next meeting. I think, the parties have been working together. I think we can come to a resolve. The issue that the attorney's office is having is the legal sufficiency of the contract itself. There seems to be a little bit of ambiguity as it relates to cost and managing costs. For instance, the contract speaks that, the company will handle their own costs at the facilities, their own taxes in the at their facilities in relation to their sales. However, with the amendment number 3, it seems that the county is bearing that cost through its mechanism of payment of gross receipts. So gross receipts, as the contract is speaks to not only the revenue generated by the plant itself, but the company gets to deduct, along with their subsidiaries, consumables, taxes, their operational cost, and so on. So that's the state of the agreement. So there is some ambiguity. If the county would like to bear those costs, I think the contract needs to reflect that. It's not clear because it says that, for instance, that the county would be responsible for its costs, and the county or district, I should say, and the company would be responsible for their costs. So there is some ambiguity. I think that we can move forward. I think we can iron this out. I don't think that the county's position is that we want this to fall apart. We think it's a great partnership. There is an existing model that's in the state, in Jacksonville, as was mentioned earlier, but I think we can get it done if the parties, work together. As Jorge has just explained, there's a long relationship, and I think if we are to articulate and understand what each side is and what their responsibilities are, and make sure that there's no ambiguity, especially when it comes to, gross receipts and those definitions, I think we can do it.
Madam Chair, I would like to see the compassion, enthusiasm, and the real talk that I witnessed yesterday. The frustration from both sides. That's what I would like to hear in the sunshine.
I mean, I don't disagree. I will be happy to share my frustration in the sunshine. My frustration is that this is a project that has been going on since 2019. We have made multiple improvements and borne multiple costs to our landfill to even get to the point where we may or may not be able to do this project. In order to get access to the landfill gas, we had to address the leachate. If you guys recall, at the time, our options were to either put in a leachate evaporator, which was a whole new technology that we didn't have any experience in, or to deep well inject it, which truly, we could have deep well inject at the Eco District's property because they have a well, we could have paid them to do that. Instead, we decided to do something better for the environment and do the landfill evaporator, which we've just broken ground on and is really a great, it's working and it's great, and it's been able to get those levels to a certain point where we can move forward. Now, here we are, and I will also mention that originally this project was supposed to be turning that landfill gas into electricity. So we went a whole year and a half planning for that, and then decided that and the county actually decided that we would prefer to do this pipeline thing and sell that, which led us to the leachate. So then Florida City Gas, Commissioner Moss, I think you were at the ribbon cutting when that line went across to the beach, was able to use the potential for this project to get that line extension, the gas extension over to the beach, which has part of that process is what has held up the moving forward, getting those agreements in place. In the meantime, every amendment that has come to us, including Amendment 3, with the language that is ambiguous, we have already voted on and approved. So at the time, that language was vetted by the attorney's office, vetted by the administration, vetted by us, and voted on. In fact, I believe the additional language was language that the county actually asked for and included in that, as far as the definitions and whatnot, in those contracts and amendments. So now here we are today. We are like in the final phase of this project, to use we're in like the last inning here, and we are being asked to extend the contract so the funding can happen. If the funding doesn't happen, the project doesn't happen. I understand now that we have new attorneys that have taken a different look at it and have a different interpretation of the definitions and amendments that we have already accepted and approved, and wants to take another look at it, and that's fine if that's what everybody wants to do. My concern is it's going to take longer, the way it was explained to me, than the 23rd to vet all that stuff out, because while it's being presented today as a simple agreement on a definition, when it was presented to me, it would require input from budget, and I believe Kristen is out. It would require some vetting on different market conditions. It would require looking at a contract from Jacksonville and comparing it to a contract from Indian River County. All those things, in reality, even if the county attorney's office and all the other staff that's gonna have to be involved in this had nothing else at all to do but focus on this thing, it's going to take longer than the deadline for commission agenda item submissions to get that done to the attorneys in legal form and back to us. And that's just the reality. And I'm not trying to say that our staff or your staff isn't capable. I'm just saying, in the reality of everything else we have going on, we are not in a vacuum or a vortex where everybody is solely focused specifically on this. You guys we've been talking about this since Christmas time, and we're still trying to even understand what each other is talking about. So I have concern, so that is why I have the concern about pushing it to the 23rd, because it's just not a realistic time frame. And my concern is we are at the end, and if the funding doesn't come through, the project doesn't happen. And that's, I mean, it's like the closing date on a house. If you miss that closing your loan, then you're not, gonna have a house. So I am very pleasantly surprised that we seem to have made movement as far as the trusting of each other and willingness to have conversations. I think that is a very good sign, and I think we are hearing on public record, which will be included in the minutes and on the video, that both sides agree to continue to talk about this. My concern is, again, pushing it to the point where we have nothing to talk about because there's not a funding opportunity, and we won't need the leachate facility that we just invested in, and we can just continue to flare the gas into the air. So there's my frustrations if you want to know.
Sheriff brought up an interesting point, what changed. And again, I respect that because after all, when we first met, along 4 years ago, Commissioner Adams was the chairwoman at the time. And
That's true.
we were the only two here. So I believe, in all respect, everyone else is kind of a little bit handicapped on how this performance matrix obligation really has morphed, how things have shifted. I remember the great passion that, Alon, why don't you come to the podium a minute, please? I remember the great passion that you had. I think Hamachu was here, you were here, and this was the cream cheese for the bagel. This was it. And you were looking just the way you look today. And it was easy to support this new concept, but a lot has changed. And a lot of things have changed. I asked you yesterday, now you want to hear what was up in the room. I asked what happened with this contract and the other contract, and you said no change. Incorrect. Okay? There are changes. And we need to sort them out. Let's just be fair and upfront. Today is about financial sustainability and approval to move forward. It's not about the project. It's not about the responsibilities. That's really what it sounds like we've agreed upon to, or y'all agreed, y'all, right? Yeah?
It's happening.
Yeah, it's happening. I'm here 30 years now. You all have agreed, with staff that this would be the best solution. But there's the risk, okay, for the benefit of the others, okay? We have a trust factor. The problem is that this is about the finances. When the finances are done, what is the compelling motivator to get this done? So if we do wait till the 23rd, you guys will work around the clock. The staff will work around the clock. And I do think that staff has the time to do that, to work out the matrix. And I think that it would probably be better if we agreed and looked at this as a total package as opposed to, all right, well, you can go back and you can go to your finances and, we can get that done. Yeah, we got to get that other, yeah, but, it is the same way as this project has been delayed. This is 4 years in the making, under different call signs, too. What's to say, maybe March is really, it's too short of a time. In the meantime, we're moving forward. Finances are coming through. You're starting. You're not starting. And then, we still didn't iron out about this particular item that we discussed upstairs, or that particular item that we discussed. That whose obligation? And I'm looking at the percentages. I'm looking at what we thought of in the past and present, and there is some dissimilarities. And if there's some dissimilarities, let's iron them all out. Let's button them up now. Let's get it over with. You know, you're a learned man. You're a learned man. In this business a long time. I think you can do it. Okay? I don't want to sound like a football coach. Got that one in there too.
Take a moment if
Let's just do it. But get it done right the first time as opposed to kicking the can down. All right, you can satisfy the bankers now and your investors. And I don't think, and that's not a negative thing I'm stating. I'm not stating that, well, you kind of overpromised today and undercommit. I'm not saying that at all. And it's clear, because yesterday when I spoke, you said, well, what changed? No, nothing's changed except parts of the contract. Now, we're obligated to certain things. Our cost to do business is up as well. The employees have had some increases. The cost of doing business, supply chain. So we're also at the other end, and we're responsible for part of this process, and we don't even have a distribution point as far as the gas. So let's get it right. You sorted out Florida Gas, and now let's just figure out the matrix. And I think you can do it in that short period of time. All right, Alon, I ask you to come up.
No, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to approach Alon Castro. Most you all know me. I just wanted to say that, you know, those that work with me would agree I still have the same level of passion that I had when I approached the bench, and it was May 21st, 2021. I looked it up every single day for this project. We're, to overuse the expression, we're all in. I mean, we are in. Our families are in, this is our weekends, this is our nights. We are really focused on this project, and I would like to, I found that presentation from May 2021, and I would like to bring it.
The original?
What's that?
That
The
was the
presentation where we basically showed a vision for what we said was the little landfill that could, where we had enough gas from this landfill to generate transport fuel for bus and truck fleets, and also had enough fuel to power the evaporator.
Was that No Petro?
That was even previous to No Petro. We
Previous.
said we were going
We heard
to,
about
we
it
were already in
before, though.
discussions with No Petro, but it
Yes.
hadn't formulated just yet. So No Petro is very much part of that. They're the largest owner-operator of the fueling stations of natural gas to those bus and truck fleets in all of Florida. So they were not just an accident, hey, we like George. It was very methodical that they're here. And what we've tried to explain is the full capital package for this project is approximately $40 million. No Petro and our investor partners, we're in for half of that, $20 million. And then the loan is only the other half. So right now, we're kind of lopsided, where we're in. We've already deployed more than half of our part. And if we don't keep the momentum going, that we lose respect and start having issues with banks, and it can triple and it can, you know, cause further delays, and there's effects on our side. So where this could quickly spiral out of control. So all we're saying is, if we've earned enough trust with you guys, please, you know, to extend enough trust to us to say, let us keep the momentum going on this project. We need the debt part of the capital stack to keep the project going. And we will come back up to you February, March. I personally find it difficult to do what you're asking to do in 2 weeks. I'm sure we could get it done, but we're working on a 20-year marriage here. So I'd rather do it more carefully and say, by beginning of March, we'll be back here. And I'll bring those slides that I presented on May 2021. I'll bring them back. And the vision is still very clear. We're still working towards that same exact vision. That hasn't changed. I was actually delighted. You actually caused me to take those slides back up. We're very much aligned with what we said we'd do. And there's just been some adversity along the way, you know, that happened, and both on the county side as well as on our side. But we're very much, moving forward. And right now, if you sense we're nervous, it's because we already deployed a lot of capital here. And so we need the timing of the debt side of it, the bank side of it to happen as we scheduled it. So that's our concern. But we will be back here. We'll spend as much time as Sean and his team would like to spend with us to make sure that everybody's happy, because and what's motivating us to do that is because we have to work with this county for the next 20 years in a harmonious manner. So doing anything other than arriving at a harmonious agreement that allows us to work well together would be unacceptable to us. That's not how we develop a good reputation that we have in the state of Florida, by working on agreements where the county feels like they're not being treated in a reciprocal manner.
Madam Chair, I think all five of us agree to work with you in a reciprocal matter. So, I asked the gentleman yesterday, point blank, was this Fourth Amendment to satisfy the bank? And the answer was yes. In other words, if we don't vote on this amendment, the bank is going to get wishy-washy. And that sounds, to me, kind of like local government subsidizing the private industry. Earlier I asked for both sides' discussion, opinion, definition of gross receipts. Keith somewhat explained it, and I would like for you, George, to explain that.
Commissioner Lohr, so the concept of gross receipts, which was originally in the first agreement before we ever got involved, was meant to incorporate the cost to run our facility. And that means all OpEx, operational expenditures, the debt service to pay for the facility, and a management fee to run the facility from our overhead staff. So that was the intent of that agreement, and then whatever remained would be divided up as royalties to the county. And in the last amendment, because of the way that some of the requests that were asked by both parties, we increased the royalty by, I think it was 2%, from 10 to 12, I'm going off of memory in terms of the high, and they're already there. So the county's done a remarkable job working with us to get to where we are today. But when we got involved 24 months ago, the county's landfill was you couldn't build a facility because of the leachate, but where we were, we thought it was the right opportunity, so we hung in there and we continue to work with the county. But gross receipts is meant to truly encompass the notion of a public-private partnership, meaning after the operator pays their expenses, whatever's remaining, that's what's 12% is applied to that. And that's always been the spirit since the beginning when it was negotiated with the gentleman before, Dylan.
That's 12% if we're producing the volume. Currently, we're not producing the volume for 12%. So, well, thank you for that explanation. I would like to ask the administrator, and I'm somewhat new to this business, but in other contracts, whether it be, who knows, is it industry standard to have gross receipts in a contract?
Well, here's where maybe my inexperience in this area is going to come in, because I've only really worked with the utilities, larger utilities. But the concept behind a public-private partnership, there's benefits that accrue to both. What I hear is that after all the expenses are tallied up, the net, then the county's going to get 12% of whatever the balance would be, provided we meet the 50% methane and we meet the quantity and the quality that you're requesting. So, but I also hear from the members of the dais that they don't want to see the ratepayers or the taxpayers subsidizing the project. So the question I would have, based on your comment, is what happens when the gross receipts there's nothing there? Who's paying for if the county's not getting it, or say you're in the red, what happens?
We bear that risk as the
You
owner.
bear that risk entirely, and the county's not subject to writing a check to you.
That's absolutely correct. In terms of, we're investing that $40 million asset, it's on our side of the fence. We purchased 7 acres about 4 months ago to build the property, and we are fully responsible for the cost of running that facility. Now, to the extent that we don't have it's a volatile market, right? So commodities go up and down, so it's a significant risk. We're just bullish on the industry, but the answer is, to the extent that gross receipts go down, our facility, our RNG plant none of those expenses would be sent over to the county. And so that's the way it operates in terms of on its face directly now.
And I understand with public-private partnership, that's part of, you are inheriting, you're taking on some of the risk for this project. I see Keith over there, I mean, maybe Keith can, is that the same understanding that you're having?
You know, just for clarity's sake, if gross receipts is zero, it means that the gas that we sold to the company, it means we're getting nothing for it, and all our operational costs to run everything in our facility would not be covered. So we would be actually having to pay to provide them gas that we're not getting anything back on.
We
So-
don't pay the gas, though. We don't
We'll be
buy the gas.
paying,
Hold on.
So,
I can't hear.
Okay.
So
So for instance, if we're delivering gas and it meets these particular quality, and quantity, and so on, there is a particular price that's paid. Actually, when we send it over to the company sells that gas. As it was originally agreed, the county was supposed to get 10% of what they sold, right? Now with the amendments, what happens is when it's sold, the company gets to deduct their operational costs and everything, consumables, taxes, regulatory, transportation costs from it. So there's a possibility, and their operational costs of their plant, the whole plant, its utility costs and everything. So there's a real possibility that there might be nothing left. In that scenario, what would happen is the county essentially would be paying for their own power, their own maintenance, and all the responsibilities that we agreed to pay for, and there would be no compensation for it in that sense. And that's the understanding. And that's why I think we need to table this till the 23rd so that we can
Just to
at
address
least clear that out.
question.
just, George.
Yes, please. So just to address that question, so if the facility is not, if there aren't any gross receipts, the equipment that Keith is referring to would continue to be used by the county, and they would just repurpose that gas and they would heat up their evaporator, or they would flare it. So that's where the disconnect is. To the extent that our facility, the market in 5 years, nobody wants to purchase renewable natural gas in the market. Well, all the equipment that the county has on their side is still going to be utilized by the county. And in fact, an investment that we're making will also be used by the county. And they'll just redirect it. It won't go to No Petro's property. It'll just go right to the evaporator. So all that cost, all that equipment that was invested has a dual purpose. And that's just the only clarification I wanted to make.
Yeah, I would add a different, just a completely different perspective here is, when we did the original contract, this was a very simple power project. We were going to take raw landfill gas and put in about a $15 million little power plant that took the raw landfill gas, turned it into heat, generates electrons. I've done these projects. The county wanted us to really consider doing a renewable natural gas facility because the revenues on those kinds of facilities are far greater than on selling power. Far greater, multiples greater, right? There was a lot of back and forth as to whether we could finance it, or justify a renewable natural gas facility on such a small landfill. I'm accelerating through, 12 months of discussions here in minutes, right? We ultimately got to, let's go for it. But it was very much a collaborative spirit with the county. Let's go for this. Let's go renewable natural gas. So now what we do is we take the landfill gas from the county, as Keith properly said, that hits a certain spec that we require. We upgrade that gas. We're essentially a refinery. We're spending $40 million to refine that gas, which was not going to happen with the power plant. Okay, this is different. We're refining that fuel. There are some times when, despite our refining, the product of the price will go down, and the best we're going to do is get the bank paid and we will not have made a cent as a company on our refined product. And we're saying, the way we put it together, the county in those months also wouldn't be making money on the raw landfill gas, because we couldn't make money on the refined natural gas, which is what we're selling. So why we structured it this way was the minute that we as a facility are making a cent on our refined fuel, the county's making its money on the raw landfill gas. And that's how it's structured. So we said, rather than do what they're doing up in Jacksonville, which is like a 3 or a 4% royalty, let's give you guys a 10 or 12% royalty, much bigger royalty, but you start to make money when we make money. And that way we're more like partners. We should be partners. That's how we structured it. That's what we always aspired to do here. That's why it is that way. That's how it evolved to that. And so if there is concern, we're concerned about the opposite of what has been voiced here today. Is we were concerned that we're doing nothing more than paying our bankers. We make no money, and yet we still have to pay a $200,000 check to the county for its raw landfill gas, and yet we made nothing. So it's the opposite of subsidizing our project. Now we're subsidizing the county for a gas that had no value that particular quarter, right? So we do need to get this right, where there should never be quarters where the county is subsidizing our operation, but we also need to be mindful of the opposite. And I think just hearing me talk, you can see it might just take longer than 2 weeks to get it right, but we're very committed to getting it right and getting that balance with the county, because that's how we continue to have this long, wonderful relationship we've had with you guys. So that's my view, is this, to get it right, let's dedicate the time. Himanshu should be at the table. Kristen can be at the table. Let's do it right. And that's what I would like to see happen today, while keeping the project moving forward, which is in the best interest of, I think, for all of us. That's my view. Thank you.
If the fixed element is gross receipts, it appears that looking at the paperwork, that gross receipts are not gross receipts.
It's the wrong word.
It most certainly is. That's net. It's net, correct?
That's right, that's exactly correct. That's something that was in the original agreement that was never edited.
Well, that's a rub.
Yeah.
That's a rub. I mean, you're saying that, hey, what we bring in, here's your 12%. Without debt service, without operating expense, unforeseen, subsidiaries. I mean, it all adds up to net. And quite frankly, if you have a bad month and you have to do something extraordinary, well, we could wind up subsidizing. Or, at the very best, net zero. No?
So there's no scenario, the way that we think of it, there's no scenario where the county, because of the inability of the facility to generate significant revenue or generate royalties at the end, there's no scenario where that in turn creates a financial consequence on the county. And that's based on everything operating the way we expect it to operate, right? That's the way that we understand, that's the way that the agreement is prepared, because we give the county a percentage of the sales. It's not as if we have to write a check. We don't take the gas and then write a check to the county. It's more, we have to get the gas, process it,
and that, and the
sell
other
it,
thing.
and then they get a percentage, correct?
So then we're back to net.
Yeah,
So
worst case is zero.
there is a scenario where we could be at zero.
There is a scenario where we could be at zero, but if that would have happened,
No, the county, the citizens.
Zero expense.
16,500 of them.
zero expense, but the benefit would be you take the landfill gas. So if in 10 years we decide this facility didn't work out the way we all expected, the county will still have all of its equipment that's installed on the county side, and they'll be able to use that gas into the evaporator.
There's not a big market for that equipment there.
But we would need that equipment anyway, because we have to treat our leachate regardless, or else it'll destabilize the landfill and we won't meet our DEP permits, first of all. And second of all, we would need the blowers that we put in anyway, because we would have to extract that landfill gas and vent it into the air. So both pieces of equipment that we have put in to facilitate this property is equipment we would need to do anyway to meet our requirements of running a landfill in Florida, correct?
To a degree, yes. I mean, that is a true statement, yes. I mean, we would need that equipment, and the leachate facility needs to run, no matter what happens to No Petro, we're gonna need to continue to have that leachate plant operate. And right now, we're buying gas from the distribution system, right? And so if they weren't here, we could theoretically, with the system that's in place, we would be able to pull that through that system and use it at the leachate facility. So we would no longer have to be purchasing gas from FPL or from whomever. So that's a correct statement. And I appreciate what Alon said, and I think Alon probably characterized it best in what we're struggling with. And the terms that, 10%, 12%, I get, and what I'm trying to get at is just exactly what was explained, which is if they don't make any money, we wouldn't make any money. What I don't want is them making money, and because of the operational costs that we have, that the money that we're making is not sufficient to cover our operational costs to send gas to them, right? And so that to me is what's the unknown right now. And I think I mentioned that to all of you, that's what I'm struggling with most is I just need to understand from what we could potentially make on the backside, is it going to be enough to offset the operational costs that we might have to ensure that we're able to get them gas? And I understand, George kind of is like, well, those are costs that you would have either way. And yes, that's true, but there is also a requirement that some of that is upsized to accommodate, if we're going one way or the other. So there's some additional costs, and those are some of those costs that we don't fully understand right now. And so what we're struggling with and what staff has struggled with, and I think I've explained this to everybody, is we need to do some math and we need to really understand what are we potentially going to make, how does that then impact what those operational costs might be. And again, this is all theory. We don't really know this. I mean, we can do models and we can run models, and it's going to come up and say, yep, okay, here's how this is going to kind of pan out. But those are models. Until the plan is up and operational, we won't really know. And that's the big unknown. And what I'm trying to protect the county against is that scenario where we end up losing money based off of what we're making over here. And to me, if we can work that out to the point where, hey, if it's zero, like they end up not making anything because of their debt service and they have to pay everything, and we get nothing, then, I mean, 0 of 0 is 0, right? And if they're negative, then we get 0 too because, they're not making any money. But theoretically, if they're making money, we should be making money too, right? I mean, that to me is a partnership. If they're making money, we're making money. And so that's just, from my perspective, what we need to ensure.
But we still be getting gas, right? Even if it.
The gas is always gonna be coming out of
We'd still be
landfill.
getting gas to power the evaporator and whatever else we need.
Right.
And to Sean's point, if we need to do that type of math and we don't know the answers to some of those variables, that gets me back to the 23rd. Like, that's an unreasonable time frame to accomplish the answers to the questions. And I don't disagree with your concerns. I think you summed it up very well. Irregardless of the minutia of the language and this, that, and the other, the overall thing that I think everybody's struggling with is what Sean succinctly characterized. But again, that gets me back to, in order to allow staff the time to work through those things, it's going to take longer than January 23rd. And some of those answers we're not even going to know until the plant comes online and the quality of the gas that comes out of it is known, so we know if it's even marketable. I mean, when we got into this, Commissioner Fletcher, as you recall, the goal was for it to kind of be a wash. If we made money, it was great. But if we at least, covered our costs and we're doing something better than flaring the gas into the atmosphere, that was a good thing. So this was never necessarily intended to be a moneymaker or to subsidize, escalating costs at the landfill. It was to try to, cover our costs and to do something a little bit better and maybe have the potential to make money. But just to get back to my overall point on this particular item, there's a timing that needs to happen, and staff, it's not just getting together and coming up with agreed upon definitions of debt service or gross versus net. I mean,
Madam Chair, you're exactly right. Essentially what I'm hearing, my apologies, Pete Sweeney on behalf of No Petro. Essentially what I'm hearing, and I know all of you have a lot of experience, and I do too, is essentially a rate study. I mean, that's fundamentally what we're talking about here. We're talking about so many different components to a very complicated and quite frankly cutting edge technology that there's not a lot of other roadmap for. And every other rate study that I'm aware of that either the county has done or any other municipality, utilities, has essentially utilized a consultant over months of studying based on industry standards, bringing it back, supported by evidence. And I don't disagree with that. And I think you hear very clearly from George and Lon that, yes, we're going to talk about that. But to keep that even a viable option, if we can't get this amendment moving forward so we can have the financing in place to continue the project, those discussions will be moot. And it's absolutely true that it would be very difficult to ask even every single person in the utilities department to spend every waking minute for the next 2 weeks to essentially create a rate study to answer all of these questions, because, as was mentioned, it's been going on for 4 years. This is a term of art that's been around for 4 years, and it's just now coming. I don't suspect there are more, but again, you're talking a very large breadth of very complicated technical and financial questions. What we are simply asking for today is an extension of time to be able to continue the project so that we can have these discussions, because we won't be able to have them if there's not financing. I don't think we can make it more clear than that.
Madam Chairman? If we go ahead and grant the extension today and we amend the contract later, will your lender have to approve the changes made to the contract?
Absolutely. When it goes to the answer is yes. A permanent lender will have to approve any amendments that are made to any type of agreement.
And at that time, they could say no.
At that time, they couldn't unreasonably say no.
Okay.
I mean, that's the only way. And so the way it works is, as Alon had mentioned, I mean, we fund equity up front. So we funded $10 million of equity, right? And the bank comes in with that next portion of 21, and then our equity finishes the project in the fourth quarter of next year. And we are absolutely certain that we're going to inject pipeline next year. That's not a question. The gas will go into that pipeline, and the project will be a success. There's no question about that. But it is about having the extension and the flexibility to be able to move forward while we continue to work with the county to iron out some of these issues. I don't believe any of them are material. I understand the numbers fairly well on the side of the county. So we can get in the room today, and we could start talking about those items that they have questions on as it relates to their evaporator plan or whatever the case may be. But it's just, it really puts us in a precarious position because we got to continue to fund our contractor. We will be breaking ground in 6 weeks. I mean, we're waiting for a building permit. Everything has been filed last year.
Madam Chair?
yes.
I appreciate your concerns. They're certainly warranted. However, I think that we should take the advice of our legal staff, and I move that we table this matter until the next meeting.
Madam Chair, going back to what Mr. DeBrawl just said, if we agree today to extend it, we won't be able to come back and talk about some of the specific items in the contract. It's what I heard George just say. So now we're at that risky situation that Commissioner Fletcher talked about earlier about net zero. So then what do? We just extend it and take it? That's what it sounds like to me.
Madam Chairman?
Subsidize subsidize it, but
Commissioners,
This
in
has
no
been
scenario,
This has been a good conversation by all parties, and I'm hearing different things. When we first started this, our utilities director got up and said he has some concerns, but in the end, he said he recommended we approve this extension, and we'll come back with a Fifth Amendment later on. We've all got concerns. We've got concerns over gross receipts. Gross receipts are gross receipts. You have to make money, you have to have a project, you have to make money, you have to have revenue coming in, revenue going out to have these sort of gross receipts. Also, I think that we're getting further in this project. We're seeing it getting close to breaking ground and near completion. I think both sides have questions. I think our utilities director is on point with his questions and his concerns about what responsibility is this, what responsibility is that. I think those are concerns that you couldn't even figure your gross receipts if you're up and running until you have those things ironed out as to what our responsibility is, what your responsibility is. Nowhere did I see in any of these past ones, did it really spell out what the responsibility is to make this project a reality. I think that is paramount right now, to sit down and discuss these. And Sean's first part of this whole project when he got up and talked was the fact that that's what we're going to do. And I pleaded with y'all yesterday to make sure that's what we need to do. So that's what we need to do, because we can talk about it. I'm like Commissioner Lohr. Gross receipts thing kind of scared me when I first read it, but if you don't have a project, you don't have any gross receipts to talk about. And I think that's one of the things that need to be talked about, to make sure that everybody's clear, that you guys are clear, that we're clear on what to expect and where we need to go with this thing. I think it's too premature to cut ties on this. I think it can be a very successful and great project. And again, I'll go back to saying, if we're not talking, it will fail. And that's more important to me, that we are talking, because I don't want this to fail. But again, I'm not going to subsidize taxpayer money either. And I think y'all understand that, and you wouldn't want to do that either. And I'm certainly not going to ask y'all to subsidize us. So it's a two-way street. We've got to walk down this road together. So I'm for giving them their extension as long as our staff gets comfortable with what. If staff comes back a month from now and tells us in a staff meeting that we're not comfortable, I'll bring this back to the table and say, hey, we'll cancel the project or something, or whatever legally we can do. But I don't want to do that, because I like what the product you're doing. I like the people that are in charge of this on your end. I want to make this happen. But if we can't work together, it's going to fail anyways. So that's where I'm at.
So is that a motion? But that failed for lack of a second.
If other council want to discuss it, but I'll make a motion to go with staff's recommendation.
Okay, I'll second that.
Well, wait a minute, there was a,
Hers?
Yeah.
There was no second on her motion.
I made a motion to table it until the next meeting, to take the advice of our legal
And
staff.
it didn't get a second. So
No,
now we're on to the
I'm
next
sorry, I
one.
thought you were asking me to repeat it. Commissioner Lohr.
So now there's a motion by Commissioner Ehrman to move staff's recommendation with the understanding per Sean that this will come back with a matrix of further discussion by March.
Madam Chair, if we make the extension, and I think George just said, and we can't and Attorney Brown said, and we can't go back and fine-tune some of the concerns that we have, the bank will not go through with it. That's what I'm hearing.
So there's been enough discussions between both parties where we believe that the expenses that they have identified are not material enough to where I think it would have a financial impact, meaning we could assume them, but on the royalty, we may have to go down 1%. So the point is, we've talked about very openly in terms of being able to talk about what those expenses are, reconcile them, and then ensure that in no event is the county paying for an expense that they otherwise would not have to pay for if they were running that evaporator with natural gas from the landfill.
Commissioner Laura, I would tell you that, I don't know if legally we can do this or I can do this, but if we approve this today and we come back with an Amendment 5 that is not clarified on some of the issues that we've been talking about, such as grocery receipts, I'll vote against it. And so, I mean, that would, I think that's where we need to go. We need to go, okay, let's start talking. When you come back with that Fifth Amendment, that'll be the meat and potatoes right there.
So is today's staff recommendation to move it till March? I heard March earlier.
Right.
No, the idea would that we would bring another amendment back in March. The recommendation was to approve it as it was written, and then we would bring back a Fifth Amendment. Again, working with them, agreeing to work with them. I think they've now admitted on record, or they've gone on record saying they're willing to come back and have those discussions, that we would work through some of these division of responsibilities so that we can make sure that the county's being protected, that we would then bring something back to the commission in March for another amendment. There would be a Fifth Amendment, as Commissioner Ehrman's mentioned.
And Attorney Keith Jackson, you agree with this?
I'd like to say this. As working for the county attorney's office and serving at the pleasure of Mr. DeBraw, it is our position to be as objective and as possible, to look at this plainly and legally based on the experience of the county attorney's office. What they've explained to you is if they get this financing and the bank approves it on the terms of this contract, including the gross receipts, that if they come back to the table and make a subsequent agreement, it is possible that the bank would not approve that. And they wouldn't be able to go forward because the bank would pull the funding, because what they're purporting to the board today is that the financing is dependent on the contract as is written. Also, as was mentioned before, you cannot agree to agree. That's a legal impossibility. It's almost like an executive contract. What we can do is agree to strike the terms that we have problems with and agree later to those terms. Because at that point, there's no agreement to those terms. But as written, there is an agreement. Although it may be ambiguous, there is an agreement. So legally speaking, they can agree to come back to the table, but they don't have to agree. And that is just an objective, non-biased analysis of the situation.
But I would say that the same could be said for us. We can agree to come back to the table, but we're not agreeing to agree either.
Yes, and I think Mr. Jackman has done a very good job of explaining the risk to you.
So the question comes from a policy perspective, do we want to assume that risk or not?
Correct. I would agree with that.
Do we want to assume the risk that that everybody will come back to the table and not have a meeting of the minds and an agreement on the language? That's for us to decide.
You know, like the agreement today is kind of like having somebody out on bond. Okay? When they did away with the bond, the people run. Okay? And don't take that personal. Just, there's a carrot. There's a carrot. And when the carrot disappears, you can't control the horse. Sorry about the analogy, but it's reality.
Yeah, but with.
We have nothing after that.
With all due respect, I mean, and
Other
George
than
is.
the full faith. You don't
Well,
like to eat
but
pork and
but with all respect, we've chosen a career track that we develop and build long-term infrastructure assets for a living. And in the same way that Commissioner Ehrman said, if you're not talking, it's gonna fail anyways. I know from being in the business of very long-term assets that if we don't strike an agreement that everybody's happy with, it's gonna fail anyways. So that's the motivation. Beyond just being pretty much a good guy, putting that aside, let's assume I'm not a good guy. And I'm sorry, but it's truth. We have to strike an agreement with the county that works for the county and for us. Otherwise, we will pre-program it to be a failed relationship and the long-term asset won't work. So we are actually really good people, but beyond that, the way the long-term asset world works, we have to arrive at an agreement that everybody in the county is happy with. That's the motivation.
We have, what, 3 Florida bar certified attorneys here. We have a couple of others that have studied the law rather extensively. So you get approved today. Okay? Well, we pull it back. Thank you, Commissioner Ehrman, for saying, you put it up to pull it back. What happens next? I mentioned the attorneys for a reason. You get the money, you start the process, we pull it back, you get a lawsuit. Oh, we get the lawsuit. I don't know if I want to put my taxpayer in that responsibility, because I'm dealing with their money. I'm not dealing with your money, I'm not dealing with my personal money, I'm dealing with taxpayer dollars that we're gonna have to pay out.
I don't know if this will be helpful, Commissioner Fletcher, but we're already in a situation, despite what Keith just said earlier, where we've taken institutional capital and we've already started spending it on this project. So we're already there. This is just another layer. This is just another layer. You can call it a bank,
layer.
not a bank. It's half.
It's a
Half has
big
already
layer.
been taken on by us.
Okay.
So we're already advanced in this, is all I'm saying. I don't know if that's helpful.
Is my scenario valid? Could we be looking at a suit here? If we change the game? After we approve and they engage and get money? Am I missing something?
If you're gonna start to throw different.
I'm not what-ifing.
No. I mean, I think you have, I think the risk has been explained to you. Could there be a lawsuit resulting from this? Of course there could. Every road contract that you approve, there could be a lawsuit
Right.
stemming from it. Every building that we build could have a lawsuit stemming from it. What I'm hearing today is that the parties are talking, that they will continue to talk, and you understand, and they've explained their risk, we've explained our risk. I think the decision has to be made where you want to go with the contract.
I would agree with that.
Well paired, Counselor.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions from the board? Anybody from the public? We have a motion by Commissioner Ehrman to accept staff's recommendation to change the dates and continue the discussion on the other issues and bring that back in the March timeframe. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right, that motion fails 2-3. Is there a second motion?
Well, I'll make a motion to table this till the next meeting.
A second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Moss to table it with a second by Commissioner Lohr. I do have a question of the motion maker. what is the intention to be accomplished? What is going to be coming back on the 23rd that will be different from today? What is your expectation?
My expectation is that they will take this opportunity to work very hard on this. I think now we're in the stage of recycling, so they have heard our concerns. I think they're smart people. I think it's a great project, and I think they can do it and bring it back to us in 2 weeks. I have every faith in them.
Okay, but what I'm asking for is to give direction to both sides of this equation. Because Sean has talked about needing to crunch some numbers on revenues. Keith has talked about definitions of debt. What, do you want all of that resolved by the 23rd?
No, I don't think everything has to be resolved, but I think we have to be on a firm foundation. I don't think we're on a firm foundation right now, as legally, as it has been explained to me. I understand from the utilities point of view, we're not going to know everything for quite a while. But from the legal standpoint, because that's the problem I think that we're seeing, because there are two different standpoints. From the legal standpoint, I think that they can probably wrap it up and nail it down. Utilities, no, I don't expect to hear.
Commissioner Lohr, what is your expectation? Because I think part of the problem is neither side is hearing what we want to see come back.
Well, earlier we talked about giving them 2 weeks. And then there was some hesitation about, well, we don't know if we can get everybody together and all of this. Now we'd be giving them 4 weeks. And in that time frame, we would expect, we heard earlier in the presentation, that they were going to work a few things out, particularly with some of the issues in the contract. And that is why I second that motion. Hopefully that can be resolved in the next 4 weeks. Because there was talk about 2 weeks.
Well, this would come back in 2 weeks. Her motion was to table it until the 23rd, which means they would need to have this resolved by this, when is y'all's deadline for the 23rd's meeting?
19th?
The night,
It could be submitted as late as Wednesday before.
so Wednesday, the 19th.
I think that's a good
We
compromise.
don't have 2 weeks, right?
Keep in mind that Monday is a holiday, so we lose a day there. A question for Mr. Sweeney. Do you think we can get this done in that time frame?
Come here, Josh.
I'll answer that question. So for us, I mean, we'll work on Martin Luther King Day, we'll work Sunday, we'll work Saturday, not a problem. We're fully committed. This project is of critical importance to our company. I couldn't begin to even communicate the words that would clarify that. And so we're willing to work as many days as we need to. I don't think I know there aren't that many issues, but it's not an opportunity to now just reopen an entire agreement. And that's the point. Because everybody's relied on it. We signed an agreement with Florida City Gas for $10 million to be able to interconnect. We believe that we're technically entitled to turn on the plant to an extension based on what occurred to us. So we believe we're entitled to that. Our counselors believe that we're entitled to that. We just didn't think it's necessary to address directly because both parties are working together, and we have a history of working together with the county. And we've got over 10 years of history working with dozens of counties around the state. So it doesn't concern me. We'll get there. So that's my answer. I think we can if the resources are dedicated and the limited issues that have been identified are addressed.
That's, Mr. DeBraw and Commissioners, that's what I wanted to qualify, and I think Georgia said it very well. This is the fourth proposed amendment to an agreement from 2019. It certainly has been vetted, has been suggested. The concern would be, and we still don't have a defined set of parameters that we need to address to the best of our ability to bring back. And I would be concerned there would be more questions brought. I'm not saying they aren't valid. They very well could be valid. And to Alon's point and to George's point, we're going to be working together for 20 plus years. But the finite issue is if there are 2 or 3 more questions to address, gross receipts and perhaps using a better nomenclature for that, I agree, that is a problem, causing different ideas that really aren't appropriate. But that would be my concern, Bill, is that you're talking about in the next 7 days coordinating with, and of course Himanshu is not here. And in fairness, he's been as pivotal as anybody, and that's certainly not a slight to Sean or any other staff member, but it just, and please keep in mind there are 2 other things. The question, Commissioner Lohr, And in fairness, this is negotiation, this is a partnership, and I've been in so many mediations where the other side goes, "Yeah, they're getting one over on me," right? And so it has to be where both sides, a successful mediation, I've always been told, is when both sides walk away unhappy. Now, I don't want us to be unhappy, that's not the point, but the point is, we need to put our best foot forward. There are things already in this proposed Amendment 4 for liquidated damages. That has been glossed over. The county is protected. So far, I have not heard a single concrete answer from staff. And again, I don't think it's their fault. They haven't been tasked and we don't have a track record. But there's not a single identifiable dollar that will be a cost to the county as a result of No Petro's actions at any point in time. In fact, the opposite happens. If we miss key milestones and deadlines, some of which are already in there, and some of which, in fact, your assistant county attorney recommended a $100,000 a year liquidated damages provision. Now, I don't think that's in compliance with Florida law, but certainly your staff is looking to protect you. There is proposed in there, and if agreed today, we would be writing a check for $60,000 to the county, already knowing that we've asked for this extension in good faith. Please know, this is a $40 million asset that if it fails, the county's name is not on it. It's No Petro. These two individuals will not be able to be feeding their families. The county, understandably, should be protected at all times. But this agreement is fundamentally fair. It just means clarity, perhaps. And that's the whole intent. And we will be coming back to the county many times. So again, Bill, your question is totally appropriate. I don't think we can. I don't think it's fair to your staff, but.
Do you want to go the February 6th, which would be the next meeting?
I'll bring our whole team that needs to be here, and we'll be here every day until this gets resolved. So as long as you guys put your resources, as long as the county puts their resources, I can assure you that we'll be there, and that's the way we operate.
We'll put our resources to it, that's not a problem. Is the board okay with the 6th?
Well, is the 6th,
No, I was saying that, I'm sorry, the 22nd, excuse me,
I don't think the 6th.
23rd.
It has to be resolved one way or another by the end of this month for their financing. So either we resolve it by the 23rd and change everything at once, or we change the dates and try to resolve everything else at a later time. But the motion right now is to table it till the 23rd, which gives your staff, utilities staff, and No Petro staff 7 days to work this out.
We're fully committed.
Okay,
And we're working out what we went over today.
good.
The definition of debt service and the dates.
February 6th?
No, January 23rd.
January 23rd. Yes, I'd like to call the question.
All right. Any other comments or concerns? Anybody from the public? Does everybody understand what we're voting on and what is coming back on the 23rd? Bill, you got it?
Yes,
Okay.
good.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carries 3-2. All right, with that, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, we stand adjourned.
Thank you.